think ahead. I mean, that's why essentially it's a very good example of the modern chess, how the chess has developed, because how our ancestors were playing chess. I mean, fight for the center, bring out the pieces, give them good squares, beautiful, sound chess. And then there was this already, I think, with the times perhaps of the Botvinnik, where he started to play these Nimzo positions with the terrible bishop on c1. I think actually Botvinnik was one of the first ones, who would position the bishop on c1, play Nimzo, and say, okay, this bishop is going to be the stronger piece in the long run. I mean, I always loved these concepts, right? It's not only about what your piece is doing right now, what it's going to do in like 3, 4, 5, 10 moves. And looking at now at Rochelle's position, the bishop on c1 is the worst piece on the board, but if she managed to play f3, e4, things are going to change.
This bishop looks like those kids who are getting threes at the school, the worst marks, and then they're becoming millionaires. Or successful politicians.
That's a nice analogy, okay. I think you still should be getting good marks at this school, but I get it. Okay. Okay, so yeah, what was the, I'll check very quickly. What was the opening? Nimzo, of course. Yeah, this is pretty clear. Knight g2. C takes, a3. Aha. Okay, I get it.
Yeah, I like this knight e2, knight g3 ideas. To have this knight already here, which supports f3, 4 very much.
And Rochelle already played this. I remember one of the earlier rounds, she already played exactly this setup. This means she trusts her opening. There's no need for her to come up with something else. White is thinking bishop d2, rook e1, f3, e4. Black maybe sometimes pushes aggressively this pawn h5, h4. The knight even might go to h1, f3, knight f2. Interesting stuff.
Yeah, looks quite nice here for white, and black is usually struggling in this position with the light square bishop, where to put it, because the best square is only 6, and this bishop is not so good there, and also the bishop trade, light square bishop trade, is way far from this position.
Precisely. I'm not sure what black is going to do. Is Anna going to play c5? Is she going to play c6, aim for the Kospet? I think there's two plans. Yeah. So either you play c5, get the IQP position, because I think if black would play c5, c4, b5, and bishop b7, this would be fantastic. But I'm pretty sure that also Rochelle will have a say in the matter here. And now she could aim for the pressure on this pawn on b5. Or if black plays c6, then we might get the idea of this bishop d to f3 and e4. So it's a very interesting strategical moment here.
Right, let's go to check out the rest of the boards. And we have second board in the same category. And we have very weird looking knights on the board, 3 knights on the board. How they have achieved in this position, that's quite mysterious.
Something is not right. What is this? Okay, d4, d5. Yeah. Oh, the Tarrasch. All right. I mean, Alekberdiyeva's intentions are pretty clear. What she wants to say with this. This is no draw. Knight f3. Shekhuratova declines any complications. He takes.
Knight takes.
And knight takes and e5. But is this actually good for white?
This is how all my mouse slip moves look like when I play knight f3 too fast.
You mean pre-move?
Yes.
Yeah, so you pre-move here. Okay. I think one of the most principal moves is to actually include c6 on d5, and then you play knight f3.
Yeah, then potentially there is the isolated pawn for your opponent. So you're fine in this position. But what we have on the board, this knight f3, pawn takes, knight takes, and pawn e5. Black gets very nice center.
But look at this. I mean, Keti, she spent 4 minutes here trying to remember. Maybe she was surprised by the opening choice of the Azerbaijani player. And yeah, you're right. This e5 looks really good. Knight c2. d4, knight e5, knight f6. I mean, if black is able to get a free development just like that, I think she should be very happy. So again, the very big question is what happens after bishop g5? Is this a threat at all? I saw a pin, I created a pin. No, I'm not sure. Could be sharp. Something like bishop e6 maybe? And look at black center. Looks very impressive. Actually, I think that white needs the pawn on e4 at some point, something like e4 or e3. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure bishop g5 is a good idea, actually. Maybe it just weakens this diagonal too much. What would you play? Your instinct. Usually, you know,
I would here play knight f6, queen f6, and e3 to get rid of the center as fast as possible.
Okay. I like this idea. The point is with knight e3 and knight e5. Okay. And we don't have it yet. Yeah, you can see.
White is thinking, yeah.
Lala is thinking. By the way, I have a question, Keti. We just, I mean, I just noticed, and I'm sure you noticed, there are two Shakhradas in the girl section from Turkmenistan. One is Laila, the other is Lala.
Oh,
I assume they're sisters. You know, if somebody knows more details, please post it. But I mean, this is fantastic because
it could be, yeah.
It could be. I mean, I would not be surprised.
If we have Gorechkina sisters, we might have also Shahrdova sisters.
Yeah, Leila here. So this is open section under 18. Lala, I assume she is the sister. I might be wrong though. Someday please correct me. But she has 6.5 points, and she is right now in the 4th place, fighting against Ayan Alekverdieva, who has 1 point more. And we are going to then move on to the girls under 16, where Leila is playing on top board, sharing the 3rd place. So they're having pretty similar runs. Very impressive.
Yeah, that's very curious situation. But we have a lot of siblings, chess siblings in this tournament actually. They can be some of them. So on the board right now we have knight f60, final move, and still white is thinking how to proceed here. White can't really afford to make any more inaccuracy, because then black can get really strong center. Pieces can get very active, and knight on c2 is really misplaced. So I believe that somewhere e3 should be played to break through the center. Arturs, shall we go forward and check it out, girls under 16? What is happening in this position?
That's right. And we just talked about Leila Shakhradova. There she is, playing on top board versus the sole leader of the event, Chikiao Wang, the second seeded player from China, and she's been having a fantastic run so far, 8 points out of 9, together with Alexandra Shvedova, who she beat in their individual encounter. Very powerful run. Again, and this could be maybe the tournament, the round where we could see emerging of the champion, because there could be a scenario, for example, that Chikiao wins and let's say Shvedova loses, then maybe you already have a champion. Still early to say, but I think the same can be said also about Chikiao losing and Shvedova winning. Every age group, decisive results might already form the champion before the final round. But what do we have here? It's some sort of Carlsbad structure again, is it, or is it not?
It is a Carlsbad structure, but I think it was from different opening. Yeah. And the bishop is already developed on b7. White. I like these structures with white very much, because somehow if white controls c5 square, especially with knight, then you have very comfortable play. And also there's these chances after rook to c8 to push c5. You have bishop f5, and you're having very strong bishop on this diagonal.
All right. Shall we check? How did they get there?
Yeah.
All right. I'm curious. Knight c3, knight f6, c takes. Okay. The classical setup. e3, queen c2. I think I remember Chikia already playing this in this tournament. Might be wrong. Might be from some other games. c6, bishop d3, knight b7, knight f3, b6. Okay, this is how you are not normally playing as far as I remember. Because with c takes included, I think normally black responds with rook e8 and knight e4 with the idea to trade the bishops, play the other knight on f6 and start his king's head attack. And I know this is probably ridiculous, but I believe in these pawn structures that they're usually showing us the way, the direction where to play, and at least I treat that black has these pawns facing you towards the king side. This is where you want to play. But okay, I mean, apparently Leila is choosing
b6 became very popular recently, Arturs, because this idea, it's knight e4, knight h5 to trade the dark square bishop used to be very popular, but then later on with the computer, people started to play, and a lot of grandmasters are playing these lines. And basically, they want to play bishop b7, rook c8, and c5, and you are attacking. They are attacking right away in the center. So instead of being passive and waiting, they are putting pressure right away.
So it's a different idea. I mean, not the classical idea.
Yeah,
new,
they improved with the engine now. Bishop b7 also supports after c5, supports e4 square for the knight. So that's also the idea. Instead of rook e8, knight e4.
Let me draw it.
Yeah, c5 and then knight e4 to
Okay,
control.
now this is really interesting because I've always treated that with a pawn on c5, which might lead to the hanging pawn structure with d takes and b takes, that usually this Lasko bishop best stands on g2. And yeah, look at this. It seems that black has found new ways to get here. Okay, still, I like this position from the white's perspective a bit more. Rook e8, bishop g3, knight h5, bishop e5. This was the last response of the Chinese player. I guess she doesn't want the trade.
She wants after knight e5 to take with the pawn, and knight on h5 is stacked. It's not trapped, it's just stacked. And after g6, you can think all the crazy sacrifices taken, then pushing pawn on e4, knight e4, knight f6, h6 is also hanging, rook d4, rook g4, and stuff like that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so, and also your knight, I think there's the problem with the g4. Like you can't really avoid that happening.
Okay, I see. And this is also the reason why Shakrado is thinking, Chikia, look at her clock. I mean, 1 hour and 29 minutes. She is sort of still in the prep. Okay, she has spent a couple of minutes, but not too much.
Arturs, did black here capture the bishop? Because there was some capture on the board. This is the only capture that black can do now.
Well, actually, white is now thinking about this d-takes and e5.
Yeah.
I think we might see it actually on the board. Huh? I'm not sure about Shakradova's choice. She must be very confident about this. Or maybe she expected that white is going to immediately respond with knight e5, and d-take e5 could be a surprise. We don't know that. We'll see.
Can we see also another move? Knight e5 is also a possibility here. So you want bishop h7 and knight f7, checkmate. So you play knight f6, yeah? It makes sense to get this knight back, control f7. And in this position, you can play f4 and maintain your knight there. But you can also do e4 here in this position. Pawn takes, knight takes, everything is traded, and in the end, this pawn on c6 is just weirdly hanging. And bishop h7 is another threat.
You really love this, okay. Yeah, it's very nice trick. Okay. Yeah, I recognize this threat with the bishop on b7, the c4. You're right, Keti. I also recognize this very, very dangerous idea.
Yeah, one of the craziest games that I have played in my life was in this type of position, and I think I won in like 14 moves against very strong opponent. And I sacrificed the queen, and it was all this theme, h7, f7, so on, so on. I was very happy, but my happiness was very shortly cut it off by the arbiters who asked me to go to check for fair play.
Oh, so you played too good, yeah?
Yes. And I remember Tarrasch asked me to give the interview about this game because it was really nice. And I said to him, like, wait, I have to go there for check-in. And then he said, like, don't worry, if they are taking you for check-in, it means that the game was really good. So
Okay. Where was this? Which tournament?
it was in Düsseldorf World Team Championship, World Rapid Team Championship.
Okay.
Played in the team with Caruana on the first board, Aronian
Oh, it's
on the
this
second
very recent,
board,
yeah. I remember.
Gukesh on the third board.
You were there? Wow.
Yeah. We had also Tsatsalashvili, a grandmaster from Georgia, and I was playing the next board. So to win the game in 14th move against really strong opponent, almost 2500. Was something like, you guys, did you see that? Hey, Fabi, have you seen it?
Fabi, did you see that?
I was like,
Take
Gukesh,
notes.
have you seen it?
All right. Okay, what do you think Chikiao is going to play here, Keti? What would you play? I mean, I guess she wants to play d takes on e5, or she's now torn apart between these two choices. Both of them look pretty good.
I wish to have two lives in this game to try one by one. I think d takes e is the more critical because you have a direct threat, g4.
Okay.
Yeah?
Yeah. G4, E4,
Yeah.
could be some problems. All right, let's maybe move on now to the second board, which we, I believe, right now have on the screen. That is Daria Bondar from Ukraine playing against FIDE representative Alexandra Shvedova. Alexandra, she had a very good run. Very early, she was one of the tournament leaders with the perfect score. Then she was stopped by Chikiao Wang in a very nice positional game, where the Chinese player managed to capitalize her extra pawn. Here, she has recovered. She has won several games in a row. Now they have 8 points out of 9. And Daria Bondar is looking for a chance here to try to catch for the leaders. And it seems to be some sort of Italian game.
Mm-hmm.
They're in Italy, and they're playing the Italian
game. It's
Very
eating
nice.
Italian pizza. Life is good. Bishop e3 offering the bishop trade. Arturs, will white take with a pawn on a3 if black captures?
I think not. Why is this? Because I recall these ideas from the black's perspective, and the black usually plays rook e8, bishop e6, and takes with the rook. And why is this? Maybe let me put it on the board. Let's say f takes on e3. So it kind of makes sense, right? I mean, you take with a pawn towards the center, you want to play d4. If black takes on d4, you take with e pawn, you form yourself a beautiful center. But here's the problem. What happens if black does not take on d4? And the pawn on e4 suddenly becomes a pawn that you can tickle quite seriously. And I think that normally when you play f takes on e3 or f takes on e6 from the black's perspective, you usually want to do something with this open file, knight h4, queen f3, etc. And somehow white
Not have enough pieces to
the rook already is on e1, so I think visually I would take with the rook and proceed to play d4. And also the way Keti I treat these positions, I have played the Italian game all my life. Maybe I have already played it too much, clearly. And I've always understood these positions that it's eventually a race. Who is going to play it first? Is it going to be white who plays d4 first? Or it's going to be black who plays d5 first? And there are details, there are nuances. And I think the one who usually makes it first gets to dictate the game. So now the question is,
makes a lot of
what
sense,
happens?
yeah. Makes a lot of sense. Black to move bishop on e3 is on the board, and now black is taking this time. At this point, Arturs, I see that if black goes d5, then the pawn on e5 will hang.
Yeah, maybe we show it. Yeah. Take. And take. The pawn is gone. Not a good idea, not here. So maybe d5 is out of the question. Black will play rook e8, protect the pawn. But I think we might get this race I was talking about. For example, d4 right now, or after the trade, play d4. And now the pawn on e4 is protected well enough, because after take, I could take with the bishop. I protect this pawn. Black has some weaknesses. I'm thinking about queen d2, rook d1 ideas. And one of the ideas that I remember, Keti, about these positions is that, of course, it's still not enough that you can play d4, because you still need to make a progress. And this is where you get to carry out some pawn pushes at the queen side. I think it's still too early to tell, of course, but as far as I remember, they involved some c4 ideas, or positioning the bishop on d3, a4, b4, c4, stuff like this, and white somehow usually claims the advantage. Very, very thematic idea in the Italian game and the Ruy Lopez. Actually, I'm not even sure. Was this Italian game or Ruy Lopez? I'll just check. Yeah, it was Ruy Lopez. Okay, fine. But
transposes.
Yeah, these positions, they very often transpose. Yeah.
All right. Arturs, before we go far to the other sections, shall we take a look once again? What was the decision of Wang against Shafradova here? She captured with the knight on e5 and threatens bishop to h7, and now black has to make the decision how to avoid that threat. There are not many moves here, actually. g6 is in fact a very bad move. Bishop g6 wins on a spot. Knight f6 has been also blitzed it out, and now this is the decision that white has to think. Either e4, either f4, or you can also just play rook to c1 and think of some ideas like queen e2, bishop a6, or just bishop f5, and try to hit the pawn on c6.
Right. Yeah, I think, Keti, what happened here is that Chikia simply had to make a choice. And very often there is no right answer. It's just a choice. I mean, either you say A or you say B. That's it. It's a different game. After d takes on e5 would have been a different game. I think
exactly,
she simply, okay, she decided, I'm going to play knight e5. Maybe it's easier. Maybe it's more according to her plan. D takes on e5 was unexpected opportunity for her, probably. But okay, now I guess she has to make another choice. All right, let's maybe continue observe, and we are looking at the girls under.
Oh my gosh! Can I just?
Yeah.
I just looked at the engine suggestion, and this is amazing, Arturs.
Same game.
Yes, same game. Oh my God, you'll be amazed. One move back.
Yeah.
Instead of 95. One. Yeah. Bishop h7 is.
What's the difference? I'm curious. What's the difference of this g6?
e6.
E6. And if I would do the same, if I would play d takes on e5 immediately, how does it change things?
Okay, I think I understand. So if we go to that position, let's say back bishop. No. This is also a fine position. You can go e6 here, but instead of this, let's go bishop h7 first.
I get it. I also get it. Yeah.
Bishop here, king f8, pawn takes, g6, e6. Let's say queen d6. And now when you take on g6, pawn takes g6, queen takes g6, queen f7 is a checkmate strat.
All right.
That's the difference.
But you know also, Keti, I wanted to add that with the bishop on h7, you can't play f5. I just realized this because I was looking at this position here. I mean, after d takes on e5, g6, and I was wondering, is there a capture on g6? I mean, let me put it on board. Bishop g6, f takes, queen g6, knight g7, somehow...
Okay. Black stands here.
Black sort of stands, although there's knight e4, you know.
e6 or many ideas.
All right.
But yeah.
Yeah, but the key idea is if you play e6, you try to disrupt black's coordination, there's a 5. And who knows what is this? Yeah? Who knows? Okay, maybe there's knight e5, maybe there's some sacrifice on g6, but apparently that's the reason why you first give this check on h7 and then take on e5. Look at this. Very nice.
And Arturs, if king goes on h8, I think that's also winning on a spot. Because basically now after knight e5 you have only move, rook to f8. Yeah, either bishop g6 or knight f7 wins.
This looks very simple.
Just take it.
Yeah, and black is down a pawn. All right, so Chukia actually had the better move.
She could actually win this game very fast with 2 extra pawns. 1 extra pawn, in fact.
Wow. It was that big difference.
Yeah.
So that's a major miss for her.
And she took here her time, actually. Maybe she was thinking. What a brilliant move, bishop h7.
I had a feeling the d takes on e5 was good, but I didn't realize it was that good. I thought that
bishop h7 is good there. And then you make your decision where the king goes. Okay. So if the king goes on f8, d takes e5 is a good move. If king goes on h8, knight e5 is. So basically bishop h7 is a key move.
Easy to miss. Easy to miss, I guess.
It's amazing, actually. I would remember this line because I play myself this often.
Watch out, Keti, you're playing another strong player very quickly. And in case the fair play team is going to check you, you show them this broadcast coverage. We discussed it live.
Actually, I was very happy to be taken to that room for checking. Because I'm a commentator and we know that the people are checked and you always have the questions like how they are checked, what are the procedures. So it went so far that I even took my shoes off.
Oh.
Yes. And now I know what is the technique, how they are checking. They also check the earrings, if I had some plugs, so they have device that they are bringing very close, like some magnetics. They also checked me 3 devices.
Okay.
1 main device, then this plug, and they had also 1 new device. And checked me, and I was wearing high heels, so they were like, if you can remove your high heels.
Oh, wow. I've never been checked, by the way, by fair play.
Yeah, it was really nice for me because I wanted to know what's the procedure, how safe it is, and how good actually it is.
Okay, do you feel safer now?
Yeah, much safer. If a person is checked like that, and I was checked, there will be no device for sure.
All right.
Yeah.
You see? Yeah, this is important. Fair play principles are very important. Shall we select more games?
Yes, let's go. I think we have to go to girls under 16 second board or first under 14.
It's already 14. I think.
Yeah, let's go
We have 2 more games to check. That is the clutch game between Arturs and Hamdanova. The absolute stunning performance, 8 out of 8, missing out the first round. There couldn't have been a better script really to write this. And then she is facing, in the most important game of the tournament, the top-seeded player Anna Shukman with the black color. Shukman trailing the leader with half a point. So very important game on this position, Keti. It's not peaceful at all. You think that Hamdanova is going to take it slow and peacefully? No, she goes after the blood. And also I think Shukman should be very happy to see this because this game is sharp.
Yeah, actually, Afruza has to play it all because her tie breaks will be less than anyone else because she played 1 less game. So if they have these same points, her tie breaks will be worse.
But wait, is the first tie break not the individual result? I thought no. Okay, maybe we should talk about it also at some point. I haven't really checked it, I have to confess, right? But I always thought that there's this individual
result comes, I think, as a third tiebreaker. Yes, okay. If they have everything similar, then the individual comes. And I think also there is the number of black's victory even first. How many games have you won with black pieces?
Yeah, we are definitely...
She can't really rely on the tie breaks. She needs to win.
So we're definitely gonna talk about it in the last round, all the details, because I'm sure there definitely will be the age groups. Well, not only the points will matter, there will be definitely a shared first place where these tie breaks to determine who is the higher place will be very, very important topic to talk about. But we are going to do that tomorrow. What's happening here? What was this opening? I'm just very quickly stroll through the opening phase. Wow. Wow, Ray Lopez, actually. I wouldn't have told. I wouldn't have believed that. I thought it's some Sicilian.
Yeah. Wow, the pawn structures are changing so much in these games.
Right. Okay. Bishop e7. Okay, this I remember. This is something I used to play myself. Rook e8. Yeah. Bishop c2, bishop f8. Some sort of a Zaitsev. d5, bishop d3, and c6. There you go. There you go. We started with Ray Lopez, and now we're switching to the Najdorf. Must be still within the prep. And essentially, it's going to be a clash of ideas once again, because I think what Shukman wants to do here, if I understand this position correctly, maybe I don't. I think she wants to play a4, a5. At some point, play b4, limit black's pieces. Fix this pawn on a6 as a weakness, and then maybe at some point play b5 or try to conquer this pawn. Also, there's ideas to exploit the c6 square as a weakness, so if black ever is hasty and plays e4, knight e4, knight c6 is an option on the table. So this is what white wants. And at the same time, what black wants, she has a pawn majority at the king's side. The bishop on f8 is pretty bad, so you would expect g6, maybe h6 to make sure there's f5, g5, maybe even h6, g5, f5, e4, f4. It's potentially very sharp.
It's very sharp a game, and that's exactly what we want to have in the last rounds of the World Youth Chess Championship. And Arturs, I'm just looking for some information about Afruza, what we can know more about her. And in fact, she won the gold medal at the World Cadets Rapid and Blitz 2019. And she was actually quite young at that days. 10, 11 years old, and she's also the player who qualified to the knockout system at the Women's Speed Chess Championship this year that we were commentating. With a field of almost 100 titled chess players, she was in top 8. So tough one, very tough one, very sharp and speed player. So we might see here one of the future grandmasters, top female player on the screen.
Absolutely, and she's from Uzbekistan. And speaking about Uzbeki chess, we have to mention, of course, there's been a major rise of chess popularity in Uzbekistan, and they have produced a lot of talents lately. All of the among the men's section. I mean, they won the Olympiad. Nodirbek Abdusatorov, Yakuboyev, also Vahidov. They have so many talent there. Recently, it was Yakuboyev who won the Qatar Masters ahead of Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru Nakamura, and everybody else. It was absolutely sensational. And Uzbeki chess is really becoming a power horse in the chess world. Also, they are about to host, I believe, one of the next Olympiads. Which year was this? I don't remember. I think it was after the Budapest.
It is, yeah, that's right. It's
26,
after
yeah?
It's after Budapest, 26,
yeah?
Yes.
So next year is Budapest 24.
And also they are hosting World Rapid and Blitz this year.
That's right. That's right. So, yeah, I mean, Uzbekistan is making big waves on the world's chess stage, and Afruza is one of the younger generation, one of the finer younger talents coming from this country. So, yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see. You know, Keti, I'm actually can imagine what's going to happen in something like 10 years, right? I think India already is going to take over the world by like 50 more chess talents at a time, and there's going to be definitely more players from Uzbekistan coming, and very serious competition.
That's right. I agree with that. We're going to have more and more waves from the other countries, not only the chess countries we call, so like countries like India or China, for instance, Georgia, Ukraine, and so on, but also new countries that chess is just booming there. Let's take a look at the final game for us on the top boards, and this is Elnaz Kaliahmet against Anastasia Kirtadze. What this opening tells us?
This is some sort of Catalan, I think. And if we go back a couple of moves, yeah, it's a Catalan with the bishop b4 check. It started as a Bogo Indian, which has the unique capabilities to switch to the Catalan. There you go. Bishop e7 retreats. Is this, by the way, the main move? I somehow don't think so. It feels a bit odd. You give a check on b4, play a5, and then you retreat the bishop e7. But okay, let's not argue about the opening prep of the players. Bishop f4, c6, and black has aggressively pushed forward the a pawn, which is quite a big thing in many modern openings. You try to gain space advantage, super critical element. Black is threatening to play d-takes on c4, b5, and I think that right now what Elnaz has to figure out, does she want to go up this pawn on c4? Because if she takes on d5, black takes e-takes on d5 and gets some sort of typical Casped structure, where the bishop on g2 is not really that well standing. It should be standing on d3 for the Casped. Or here she plays something more aggressive, gives up the pawn and plays like queen c2, d-takes on c4, and a very common e4.
Yep. Might look very, very tempting for us to take a look at this one. Arturs, we have covered all the top two boards under 18, 16, and 14 in open and girls category. Now we're taking our first break and coming back to see more top boards at the FIDE World Dual Chess Championship 2023. coming back at the FIDE World Youth Chess Championship 2023. This is round 10. In the studio we are Arturs and Keti. The first part of the tournament has been already done, and we are now in the middle game, Arturs. And let's bring up the chessboard on the screen. Our first game that will be focused will be the top board under 18 in open section, where Alexei Grabnev, a sole leader, is facing second-seeded player Vupala, who made a comeback, very nice comeback. But Arturs, look at the time situation in this game. White has 1 hour and almost 30 minutes on the clock. That's how much they are given at the beginning. And Vupala has burned all his time, 37 minutes.
Well, I'm really surprised to see this, but we can only assume that Grabnev knows this position really well, right? Because in this tournament, he already played a Nimzo a couple of times. So I think we are going to start with the moment when we left it. I think it was a3, bishop c3, that's it. We already left right here. And 15 moves have been played, and this is something that Grabnev knows really well. Knight f3, bishop e2, bishop b2. He already had, I believe, 2 games in this line. One of the games I remember, who was this opponent? The French player, I keep forgetting his name. There was bishop a6 and c4 on the board, followed by c takes and knight x on d4. This already was played. Then I think it was Basti who tried to play bishop b7 against him. So this already has been played in the tournament. And here you see Praneeth opted for c takes first and bishop e6 to avoid the idea of c4. Smart over the moves. However, now look at this bishop on b2. Now it's pretty strong.
Yeah, and has a very bright future actually to become very strong. Arturs, I think what White is preparing here is d5, e5, very typical idea, but seems like White had another plan instead. He went for rook to b1 to hit the pawn on b5.
Right, he's playing very fast. Okay, I can only assume he has seen it before. I'm not entirely sure about this entire sequence here after b5. I think it makes sense what Vupala is doing. He's taking care of the c4 square. He has the chance to organize an outside pass pawn. I like idea, the Keti, that you said. Idea d5, e5, at some point, for example, right now. d5 plays, e5, e6, expose the king. Definitely on the table here. But okay, here Grabnev played rook b1, I guess, to have some pressure against the pawn here. Queen d3 prepares knight e2 to take care of the c2 square. This part is pretty logical. Knight e2, knight f1, queen f3. Okay, and now he ignores the c2 square. Well, okay. Must be still part of the prep. h6, knight g3, and now there you go. Vupala finally has played rook c2, but already clockwise you can see there's almost an hour difference between the players. Is he thinking here about d5? It makes sense. Open up the bishop. And then use your ideas, Keti, that you said. For example, d5, e takes on d5, and now I have extra access for the knight on f5. Like knight f5, I'm thinking about queen g3 ideas. I'm not sure. Maybe even e5 immediately. And then this knight could have difficulties finding a good square after knight e4.
He makes a move, another move played very fast by Alexei. Wow. He is blitzing out all the moves.
All right. So what is it? What's the move? It's not d5. Bishop a1.
Threatening a4. a4, queen d3.
Yeah,
Queen b3.
it's an easy move. You know, we don't know obviously the backstory of Alexei. I mean, maybe he already played like 1,000 games here online in this line, because I've seen this happen sometimes, Keti, because the players are sometimes they're practicing these systems so many times, and he already got it twice in the same tournament. This is the third game at least. Maybe there was even more because I don't recall all the games of Grabnev. And he just feels these positions. So the bishop on a1 is really good. Removing it from any attack makes perfect sense. Very impressive performance. I'm not even sure what to say next. It just feels like Grabner here is playing on a different league.
Yeah, that I also have the same feeling that he is really above his level. His current rating is exactly 2500.
I'm performing at 28, so yeah.
Yeah, really? Wait,
yeah,
let me
I think
check.
so. Yeah, almost a couple of points shy of 2800. I mean, he should be with the 8.5 points out of 9 and already having a great position with the X run hour.
Yeah,
and the clock could be 9.5 out of 10.
Almost 2800, 2784, 994.
All right. Yeah, we are going to see just stunning. What can I else say about this game? Let's move on perhaps to the second board and see how his countryman Volodar Murzin is doing versus Aldiyar Ansat. And you can see the situation has calmed down. I think this is something that also Ansat was pretty happy about. If we go back a couple of moves, how did they get there? This was the Trompovsky. Queen b6, c3. C takes on d4. Yeah, look at this, Keti. Actually, here, Murzin needs to be accurate. C takes on d4 is not how you respond because there are some tactical issues. Of course, this is very easy at this level. E takes on d4, bishop f5. Now we transpose to some sort of a Caracan exchange variation. It's amazing how these lines can be highly transpositional. So Murzin plays knight h4 to push away the annoying bishop on f5 so that he can position his own bishop on d3. Bishop e4, smart, provoking to play f3 first and only then bishop g6, and this is how they got there. I'm wondering if White has any real advantage here. I mean, visually I like White's position. I like what Murzin is doing, and I think that he extracted probably the maximum he could get after this position from the Trompovsky, which is a nice opening but doesn't really fight for advantage. And the question is, how strong exactly, Keti, is this bishop pair? The pawn on g6 gives white ideas like h4, h5, and we can only assume that black is not going to cast a short. And maybe Murzin is thinking about, okay, if my opponent wants to cast the long way, should I do something at the queen side? Like a4 related?
Yeah, he maybe needs some passing move, some good move which will hold his king in the center and will pass the moves. Still.
Black is very solid here, so that's why I'm not sure. If I would, for example, now switch on the engine and ask it what it says. Okay, what does it even mean? 0.5, 0.6, 0.5, there you go. That's what the engine says, but what does it mean? Because again, Black's plan is pretty, I think, simple. Long castle and trade the bishops. Bishop d6. Might be not enough, but perhaps this is also a part of a slower game by Murzin. Maybe he needs a long castle. We just saw him making a move, and I think Keti, we're witnesses of the top-seeded player making a long castle, because I think I'm seeing from the camera the king stands. I can't quite make it on c1. Yeah, I think long castle. Yeah. So he wants to play h4, h5. I think at some point his bishop is staring at these pawns. Look at the bishop on d3. So I think he's playing the long game. The long game here and trying to get to these weaknesses.
Arturs, I'm checking right now some of the information about the leader in this group category, Alexei Grabnev, and seems like this year has been very successful for him at Asian Junior Chess Championship. He has won classical and blitz tournaments.
All right. So been a very good run for the tournament leader under 18, and he's continuing his winning ways also here in Montesilvano. Very impressive. So I think if we go back to this game, we could expect Ansat also going for a long castle here. So let's select maybe another game. This is going to be a long fight, and of course Merzen wants to fight for the victory because Ansat is half a point behind. And my suggestion, Keti, is that we have a look what's happening in the game between Diego Macias Pino versus Jakub Seeman in the open section under 16. Seeman, the sole leader of the tournament, he right now has an amazing 8 points out of 9, and Macias Pino is trailing him by 1 point behind, and this is the last chance perhaps for Pino to have a say if he wants to finish in top 3. I'm sure he wants, but if he's going to manage it, we're going to find it out. And the game is chopping up. Look at this, d4, now or never.
d4 is on the board. White is trying to open up a little bit and control the center. After g5, obviously black doesn't want to castle on the short side. Black perhaps castle on the long side, or if black wants to keep the king on the short side, then king g8 will make a lot of sense, but that will take some time. Here, Arturs, what do you think? How about black castles first and then pushes g4?
Oh, you don't want to take the pawn?
No.
I thought that's the first question.
No.
I thought that's the first question.
Okay, yeah, that can be actually the first question.
Do you want to take it or not? I mean, white plays d4, and it's like, do you want it? You could have it. I'm not sure. I mean, we have to check at least. Yeah.
We have to check it. Let's check it.
It looks dangerous, of course, I agree, but we have to check. Okay, knight e4. The pawn is gone. You see, queen is not defending this, but there might be e5. And the question is, does he want to do, and we just got our answer. The Polish player says, no, I do not want this. I do not want any uncertainties here. And we just saw on the camera the tournament leader executing a long castle because here they felt he is committed to the king's attack. And Keti, he's following your advice. He wants to play g4.
Yeah, definitely. And this kind of pawn that is on d4, it will be very good for white to open up some of the files for rooks too. So I think here Jakub should not take this pawn, but instead to push the king side further and to think of g4 somewhere, maybe knight h5, knight f4, and then g4. So this looks quite tempting attack for black.
It also looks dangerous. I'm not sure. Because if we go back a move, we don't have yet an update on Seeman's clock. Look at this. 36 minutes, and he spent exactly 20 plus minutes on this decision. He was not sure which direction to take. This is not a good sign in general. So I think he might be feeling some heat because, again, this is penultimate round. Very important game. Could be one of the most important games of his career. So he's been playing fantastic so far, but you can get nervous at the critical moments. This is a clutch game for him. And a long castle after a longer thing. There you go. Now we see the clock. 37 minutes for the tournament leader. And Macias Pino has half an hour more. Why I'm saying it's dangerous? Because this is, literally asking for something to happen at the queen side. The game is going to get really sharp from here. Oh,
I agree with that, Arturs. Looks like it's going to be...
Sorry.
It's going to be the fight on both flanks.
Yeah,
white will push.
I keep pressing something on the mouse all the time, some kind of a button.
It's okay.
And it for some reason always goes to the previous round. It's just encoded, right?
It's okay.
Encoded to go to the previous round. I don't know how it works. Okay, sorry.
That's fine. It's good that we can come back very fast. It has been happened so many times.
Oh yeah, too many times.
Yeah. Arturs, can we see some of the moves very fast here? As you just pointed out, the really strong attack on the queen side. Let's start to see these moves now.
If you didn't take on d4 before, you're not going to take it now, right?
Yeah.
That part makes at least sense. So a4, very easy move for Macias Pino. Is a5 a threat? Maybe.
Arturs, you know what I'm thinking? After a4, now maybe knight h5, and black might threat knight g3 and then to take on d4.
But I'm not going to give it to you.
Okay.
I'm not going to make
thought
it easy.
you would.
No, I'm not going to make it easy for you.
All right. And now let's say we push g4.
Yeah, it looks scary, I agree.
Pawn takes, bishop takes. And
What about I sacrifice a pawn?
yeah, a5.
And a5. What about I play b4?
You sacrifice bishop and...
It's a trade. I'm not sure what I'm doing really, but I'm trying to opening up things.
Okay, let's take that.
Yeah, take. I think it's a race. In this race, you want to be very fast on this idea a4, a5. I borrowed from Sicilian Dragon, where white sometimes at the king side starts the same idea, h4, h5, gives up the pawn and uses the open file. I just did the same. I have no idea if engine supports it, but it makes sense to check it out. What are the threats? Who knows? Yeah, I'm not even sure if knight b6 is a big threat, so maybe black is just in time to play rook g8. It just means this game is potentially very sharp, and I'm not even sure if black has to allow all of this, and maybe he can stop it somehow before. So many things to think about. So it was right here, a4. Is he going to do it or not? Who knows? Yeah, I try to ask the help of engine. It says, work it yourself, 0-0.
I'm not going to help today.
No.
Not in this game.
It's very, very sharp, obviously.
Yeah, okay, it's not.
0-0.
It's
okay.
not equal, just double-edged position. Anyone
Super
has
double-edged.
chance.
Yeah, I think the one who is going to understand these complexities best is going to win this game. So I would just say 50-50 really here. Which is, by the way, good news for Maciej Pinho, because when you play something as positional, whatever was this Italian game, yeah, this was Italian, Ra Lopez, I already don't remember. But when you get these positional games, you're looking for a fight. There you go, you have it. You got what you wanted.
Yeah, Arturs, let's check once again this line e4. And yeah, let's now try to look for something else, like let's say e takes d first, pawn takes back, and now something like
a5?
h5.
Oh, wow.
So why we took on d4? Because at some point maybe it's good to take on d4 rather than to take on a5.
All right. Okay, and what if I play d5? I'm threatening with... I'm not sure what I'm threatening, you know, just trying to create some threats.
Knight has to move away, let's say.
This is so difficult to understand. You could even sacrifice it.
Yeah. Push g4 maybe.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
like
precisely. Even h4 and then g4. And I could take it. Oh, no, probably it's too much.
Knight h4, yeah.
Yeah, it's too much, probably.
There's knight a5.
But this allows me, you know, to do what I want. Like b4, knight c4, knight c4, threaded a5. Okay, maybe you take on e4, threaded knight g3, I play a5, you play knight g3, I take... What is this? Yeah, it's a race. This is where the player who is going to calculate best is going to simply win this game. So I think this game has the potential to finish like before the first time control.
Look how close they are sitting to each other.
There's literally 10 centimeters between the players. This is legally the closest you can get.
Wow, I've never seen
Can't get any
players
closer.
so
You would
close.
physically touch the player.
Wow, look at this. This also tells how tense is the position.
Right.
That's going to be a huge fight on the board.
Absolutely. But I think it's going to finish early. I have a feeling, you know, because these positions, unless they're going to play like Stockfish top line, I don't think so. There's definitely going to be mistakes. There's definitely going to be drama. This is exactly what we wanted.
Look how close they're getting to each other. And I have a feeling they don't even notice about this. They're just too much concentrated. Wow.
All right. Yeah. Very, very close. Okay. All right. Now that they're choosing whatever to do, long castle here, Pinho is thinking. He has now still good extra 20 minutes. has to make a big decision. We're definitely coming back to this game, but we have to check more. Shall we move on to the second board?
Yeah. Klimkovsky is always the third player. Always looks at the first board. Also makes a lot of sense because he's very much depend on the first board result. And in case if he wins, that might not be enough, then also Jakub should lose at least a half a point to have a chance to catch up with him. So that's why he's constantly looking at the first board.
Yeah, and it just brings up these memories from yesterday. And yesterday, Klimkovsky was winning against Leonardo Costa. He managed to grind down this slight advantage, and he was really, really pressing to get this winning position, and he did. Then he misplayed it. And I wish all the best for Jan, because I like how he plays.
Yeah, very impressive.
I definitely like it. But when you get these situations, like you miss a win, sometimes you get a feeling, inside, this is not good. Because in order to win tournaments, you need to be lucky. Yeah, you need to be lucky at the critical moments. Either your opponent blunders or you see everything. And then there's this miss, and that's unfortunately sometimes gives us the feeling, I could have been the very, very critical game. Of course, Klimkovsky is trying not to think about it right now. He is here pressing against Ergali, Suleiman, and speaking about actual position, Keti, he has sacrificed the pawn. We didn't see that earlier. I guess G4 at some point was accepted by his opponent to open up the G file. He has a beautiful knight on D5. He's ready to go up the second pawn on E4. Visually, White is dominating, but he is down a pawn after all.
He's down on the pawn. Knight d5 has been captured, Arturs. The knight d4, in fact, was a trap there. I think after queen g2, black was struggling to keep the knight on the board, as g7 is a serious target here for black. And to trade the pieces makes a lot of sense. So knight d5 seems to be a fine move to me.
Yeah.
And perhaps after queen takes d5, now black actually has to stop bishop h6, f6 sort of moves. And there is also a queen e5 idea here.
Queen what? Oh,
queen e5.
Ooh, wow. Okay, I see. But this got me another idea, Keti, that I was wondering, and now you allow me to formulate my idea a bit better, because I was wondering, does really White need to deliver this checkmate? And I thought, maybe for black to lead the accurate defense, White at some point wins this pawn back and then starts to play it positionally. And now the point is, after queen b5, I was wondering, maybe actually I can forget about the attack.
Yes, and trade the queens. Maybe even f6 here, or rook d5, yeah? Get b5 pawn.
And then you have the better pawn structure, I guess. I guess, I'm not entirely sure. It should be better for White. The bishop on e7 is not doing anything.
Arturs, you can also go bishop h6 and get d6 pawn at some point.
Oh, that is a brilliant point. By the way, we have to show this. I like it. Yeah, so queen b5 takes it, and here, and take on g7.
f6.
And you can't escape it. Problems to come.
You can, but at the cost of the rook.
It's going to cost you. So, okay, there's ideas. There's ideas like, oh, definitely this didn't happen. But after 95, by the way, Klimkovsky yet hasn't made a move. No.
Yeah, Arturs, I have to confess here that I am very much impressed by two players. Very, very much. And this is Jan Klimkovsky and Pam, under 14. They have been, both of them, very, very sharp, very precise, very tactical, and quite amazing. Alongside with all the players who played on the top board so far, somehow when I'm thinking which are the best games, these two players are coming to my head right away.
Yeah, speaking about Fam's yesterday victory, where he probably played the game of the round, the problem, of course, was that also then it was Savinsky who made his absolute heroic Houdini escape versus Vetochin in the final seconds of this exciting round 9. Yeah, absolutely, Fam definitely is one of the most exciting players here, and I'm sure that he is going to become also a world-class player, one of the players who comes to my mind, definitely there's like Wang Lian, one of the most respected and strongest grandmasters that Vietnam has produced, who I believe right now is the head coach of the Webster University in USA. A very pleasant person, I happen to know also. So yeah, by the way, here, Keti, while you were talking about these brilliant players, and we have more than just these two, there's definitely more. I just noticed one thing, and I was wondering what exactly Klimkovsky is thinking about, and I think I get it. He is potentially thinking about, there you go, I just did it again. Let me go back again, this is so bad.
Oops, I did it again.
What is happening? Okay, so I'm so sorry, yeah, it's me. So, bishop h6, there we go.
Yeah, bishop h6 can be the move. Very tricky move, Arturs, here. So bishop f6 seems to be the move. Bishop g7, that's...
I have no idea if this works.
Wait.
Yeah, okay, I'll hold.
on.
Okay.
Why bishop? Why bishop? Maybe even some crazy moves like rook, Arturs.
You want the fireworks? Let's do this. All right, I
Bishop
accept.
takes. Well, ideally, queen g2 or queen g5 would checkmate, but there's f6 and it's not working out. But how about we go rook g1 in this position?
Okay. Whoa. Okay, and if I now play f6, I'm ready to
Queen
give away.
d5 first.
Yeah,
Check.
but I have two rooks for the queen. I guess I'm not so bad with black. Although, I mean, you are already up a pawn. Takes on g7, queen d6, but I think black is pretty safe. Pretty safe. Not sure how safe exactly. But, I mean, definitely there's something here. And Klimkovsky is not sure. You know, he's not sure.
Wait. This is actually very nice. He will play bishop h6, I think, because it feels it's winning here. Bishop f6, rook g7, bishop g7. Is there a move f6?
And your point is that after knight f6, you wanted to take on g7, give a check, and take on checkmate on g1. Wait. But I mean, black is not obliged to do this. He can play knight e5, knight e4.
But why don't we...
Do not tell me there's rook g1 here.
Oh my god, that's crazy.
Oh, look at this. Rook g1, knight e2, bishop f6 would be a mate on the board. We are trying to work it out without an engine. Of course, it will be very easy to give up and switch on the engine. But Klimkovsky can't do that. He can't do that. He can't use, obviously, engine.
f5, bishop e5, yeah?
Maybe f6.
Or queen d6, queen d5 even. Wow.
Right. This could be a game of the round. Wait a second.
Sensing something. He knows something is going on.
Wow, what a big decision. This essentially could be a fight for the world championship title. I mean, imagine there could not have been a better scenario for Klimkovsky. Not only you're trying to play this immortal game, you're fighting for the world championship. So it's a double stakes, high stakes game here. So wait, one second, let's try to figure out. Once again, g6, I guess you take on f8 and take on d5. You're up in exchange. You're happy, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
and black cannot allow you to hit on g7. Let's say he plays something like... By the way, he could play still knight f4. And after bishop g7, play something like...
No, it's
No, I don't
not
believe
so
it.
easy. And bishop e5 now is a serious threat.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So I guess, I mean, I was just trying to rule out, right?
Yeah. You cannot survive in that position with
Yeah.
black, yeah?
Okay, so bishop f6. All right, and now something on g7. By the way, I'm not sure is it the bishop. It could be also, is it the rook? It could be also a bishop move. Like here. And after take it. Oh,
Now
wait.
f6.
Now f6. Oh, look at this. And if you...
If you take rook g5.
But
Rook
I don't
g7.
have to take. I have
Queen
to go here.
h6, queen e6.
Queen h6 is rook g8 and rook g1. Is there a mate actually? I don't
Queen
see it, by the
E6.
way. How good is Jan Klimkowski? Bishop h6 is on the board.
Wow!
Oh, there you go. I love this game.
He's gone. Okay, very least Arturs after bishop f6, you have queen d5 with the same threats on the board. Bishop f6, queen d5. How would you stop? Bishop g7, f6, right?
No, but then black has king h8, right? That's the point.
king h8.
I mean, now if you sacrifice double on g7, the queen on d5 is not where it's supposed to be. That's the point, right? So he can do that, but then the bishop has to retreat. Or maybe it's still good. Wow. So what was the line we were calculating? Also, rook g7.
Bishop g7.
Bishop g7 looks good. Rook g7 looks good. I'm not sure. Okay, let's try. What was it? Bishop g7.
Bishop g7.
Bishop g7.
f6.
f6.
And we were not sure after knight f6 how to finalize this.
Yeah, but that's the point. I mean, this king h8. I don't see the win. Rook g1, queen h6. I didn't see the mate in the end. Maybe, yeah. Okay, I already switched on the engine. I have to confess. Could be still queen d5, but can we try to takes? Oh wait, what did I say? Rook g7, yeah? Oh, that was your idea, Keti. And what did we discuss there? After rook g1? No, it looks very good.
We said that after f6, it's not enough for white.
f6 looks very human. Queen d5, king h8. Is this even good, by the way? I'm not sure. Agent says it is. I'm not sure.
I like this white because of the f6 weakness.
Maybe you have difficulties to stop any queen e7. I thought if black managed to play something like rook f7, he's all right.
But coordination is very bad, yeah, with the rooks.
Right. Okay. Wow.
There's also h4, h5, h6 coming on the way. White's king is super safe here.
Okay. All right. Look at this. So bishop h6. This is definitely turning out to be a game of the round, and we might still see queen d5. I'm not sure what's going to happen. By the way, here, Ergal, he has to make a move yet. Absolutely stunning game, so let's keep a close eye on these fireworks here. And initially I was so surprised why Klimkowski doesn't take on d5.
These guys are giving me the motivation to work more on the tactics. They are so tactical, and they're winning so much on tactics.
That's right, and also look at the clock.
Klimkowski especially, it's like he's very dangerous. And there's Pam. He's very, very strong. He's calculating so many moves. When he was here in the studio and showing me, telling me the lines, I was like, do I have a deja vu as Ding Liren was doing? Actually, he was doing the same.
You say to him, slower.
Yeah, can I at least show it?
Okay, look at that. All right, let's continue to observe, of course. Super exciting game.
I would suggest to go back and check out first board Arturs.
Semen, yeah?
Yes.
Semen versus Macias Pinho. We have a move, by the way. After d4, long castle, d takes on e5.
Oh, d takes d5 opens up the bishop, b6.
I don't like this. Visually, I don't like this. Because now it's going to be much more difficult for white to organize this queen set attack. Why is this? Because, you know, I've always believed in a simple rule that in order to be successful at a flank attack, you have to close the center. And I'm not sure if I opening the center, it's going to work.
Yeah.
So knight e5 here was responded by Jakub. I'm not sure. And I think the black's chances with g4 somehow feel more real. I guess we're going to see. We are definitely going to see, but I'm slightly disappointed. Maybe this is fine. D takes on E5, maybe this is completely fine. I was hoping for A4 because my logic was that, I mean, you already were ready to sacrifice the pawn before, and now you're kind of not. But again, this is why they're the leaders.
Yeah, he took on D4 because after some calculation, he thought that giving up in the central pawn was not worth it.
I mean, he was calculating for
he
way
was
more
thinking,
than I was,
of course. Yes,
he knows what he's doing, but yeah, I mean, what I'm saying is just visually. I visually don't like it. It also opens up this bishop here on the long diagonal, which was not the case. We'll see. So this is the update. Let's move on to the open category under 14, where we have Keti's favorite, one of the favorite players, FAM, playing against Magnus Srmic. They are leaders of the group, together with Pavel Slavinsky, 7.5 out of 9. Very important game here. Not many moves actually have been made.
No, and White just played as you suggested, Arturs, to stop any sort of queenside attack. And now, as everything is blocked, so it seems like White is the one now to push pawns on the king side, like e5 or h4, g4. And yes, I think it's time to break something in the center with d5.
It's time to break things, Keti says. Yeah, I agree. c4 also takes care of the b5 square because black was threatening bishop b5. And the knight on a4 is, as Jeffrey Jung would say, a sad mourner, not doing anything. It's quietly sitting there in the corner minding its own business, but it's also stopping black's counterattack. And it's impossible to get rid of this annoying knight while white has simply a lot of freedom at the king side. You were mentioning, Keti, also e5 ideas. Definitely there, maybe even f5 ideas. I visually like here Srmic's position better. And I think
how about d5?
Yeah, that's what I wanted to continue. Yeah, there's definitely going to be something aggressive like d5 right now. But can you do it? Because remember this yesterday's game of FAM when he played with white against Prohorov, where his opponent did a counter strike in the center, and it was actually FAM who punished his opponent with a very beautiful game. And that's why here maybe the young player from Vietnam is wondering that d5 could be perhaps a hasty choice, but I'm not sure. I mean, definitely it's there, but when's the moment?
Let's
okay.
make it on the board so we can see few options. What we usually do is we try to simplify position to understand what's going on. So let's say pawn takes on d5.
Which
any
pawn?
Any pawn.
I think there's a big difference.
We have to check both pawns because I don't know. I'm not engine.
All right.
We're checking.
Right. Okay, c takes. Oh, sorry.
C takes.
Yeah, c takes. C takes. You don't want to take, yeah? It will be.
If you take rook d5, yeah?
Pretty bad.
Yeah.
Okay, this is what black wants.
At least one line. We are good. Okay, then if you take the bishop, there are some intermediate moves.
Hitting the queen, threatening queen a6. Of course, you have queen a5, but no, this is not something that white wants. Black wins the fight for the center. No good. Must be some e5.
If you push e5, there's knight e4.
Okay, and then this already immediately is great. I think we can agree black is doing really great.
It's fine, yeah.
Okay. So it's not c takes on d5.
Okay, if e takes on d5, we have to take it back, threatening d takes c4. Let's say c5 maybe to stop that.
And I play knight e4.
Knight e4 again.
Okay, so where's the catch?
Let's say if white closes the center with e5, then d takes c4.
I guess I cannot take on f6, yeah? Yeah, it seems that...
fine, yeah.
Yeah, seems fine for black. So I guess you have to take with the b pawn. But...
Can take bishop, c4 is one move.
Precisely, what's the catch? I think d5 is a very easy move actually here. Easy for us, the commentators who have no pressure fighting for the World Championship.
Yeah, but also when you play only one game rather than to commentate 20 games, you are deep in this position. You understand way better this position.
I like it. Totally, d5 makes a lot of sense. Maybe what here Farm is thinking, maybe there's something better. There's a different choice, because d5 also perhaps is something that your opponent anticipated. This is precisely why he played c4 here. And there could be some other ideas, like maybe knight e7 first, to trade the bishops, put the knight on b6. But to be honest, I think that, Keti, if d5 works, then it just works.
If
so
it works, it works.
It works, it works. You just play.
Yeah. Okay, Palm is thinking, calculating a lot of moves. These two players both have quite normal time on the clock. 16 moves have been played, but it might have a character to have time pressure, because the position itself is not easy to play.
No, it's not. Let's also have a look at what's happening on the second board, where another leader with 7.5 points out of 9, Pavel Sawinski from Poland, is playing Havard Haug, the young Norwegian. It seems that the Norwegian decided not to take the pawn on d4. He was very tempted. Keti also tried to take it. But okay, now we have this position. It seems that Sawinski is doing really well. Black has already committed to a lot of weaknesses. He is not finished with development. I like Sawinski's chances. Also, d5, knight f6 is a threat. It seems that Black simply doesn't have time to finish development here. I guess king f7. By the way, still d5. By the way, let's put it on the board.
d5, very strong.
King f7 is still d5. Look at this bishop here.
Yeah, all white pieces are so well connected. They are controlling the key points, open diagonals, files, and Black is playing without rook and the bishop, while all white pieces are into the game.
That's right, and this is also a very nice reminder to everybody who thinks that there is no game without the queens, right? And we very early saw the trade of the queens right here. You would think that, okay, Black has totally managed to equalize, there's no fight. No, I mean, look at how Pavel managed to trick his opponent into committed to some weaknesses. There's a lot of life here in this position, and essentially queen is only one piece. And white is still able to create some pressure. There you go. King f7, by the way, is not yet played. Black is thinking.
Yeah, Arturs, for me, the most fun about chess is endgames. I like very much the endgames. We're talking about, like, for instance, openings, some traps, and we're also talking about some middle game, nice ideas, maneuvering, maybe some attack. But when it comes to the endgame, when it's a rich endgame, it is so, like, somehow interesting that you know something and you are still learning so many new things when you have it on the board. Yeah,
it's also one of my favorite topics. Absolutely, endgames. I love doing it. I was pretty good when I was playing at World Youth Championships, many years ago. I remember some memorable games. By the way, here Black has played a move. We can see King f7 has been responded, and Sawinski is thinking about his choices.
Yeah, very interesting position. Arturs, what do you think to check out how Jan is doing on the second board under 16? He made a decision to sacrifice a piece for the moment, but let's check it out how his opponent responded.
Okay, so bishop f6 was played by Suleiman here. It seems it was a necessary move, and now it is the Polish player who has to make a very big decision here. Does he want to take on d5, keep it positional, or try to sacrifice? Did we actually work it out? I mean, was it so obvious? Because there's bishop g7, there's rook g7. Maybe, once again, I'll follow your advice, Keti. Try to make this work. So what was it? Rook g1? This was the position with the queen.
It's actually, yeah, it's straightforward. You can't really avoid it happening.
Pretty straightforward, I think, unless there's some other moves like, no, I don't believe really there's anything else. Could be, I don't believe knight 4.
Arturs, can we also check one line when we are here at this point? Yeah, queen d5, for instance.
All right.
King h8, normal move to avoid all these threats. And I'm thinking here, how about bishop g5? Is it possible to get rid of this bishop and hit the pawn on d6 and pawn on e5? And what you were just saying, maybe the endgame is also fine.
I like it. I like it. It also gets to the pawn on g7. But Keti, I mean, you said something about the pawn on d6. Apparently, you can take it already. No. Look at this.
Okay. Takes, if bishop takes rook.
Apparently, this is
f6, if bishop e7, rook d7, yeah.
Yeah, this is something you can consider.
Yep, looking really, really tempting. And before we take our next break, Arturs, I want to show just one move before. And here, let me show why I suggested bishop g5 in this position. Like, let's say you have to take, because otherwise I'll take. And now I'm threatening something like rook g1, f6, and so on. So you play f6 to guard also e5. And just play rook h5.
I don't totally suspect what you want to do there.
I go rook to d3.
What you could be planning, who knows? Okay, you play queen c6.
And you play very bad move, you know, out of every move you play the worst move. And then, you know, what happens? It's this weird looking move, and there will be a checkmate in one move.
Beautiful.
But all these moves, actually, this is not working because instead of queen to c6, there is this queen f6 move. And black is just fine here. This all demonstrates that we have very dynamic position. And Artur, black actually has 22 minutes in this position.
Oh.
Very difficult to figure it all this moves out.
So, right, after bishop f6 here, now it is Klimkovsky who has to make a big decision, either to go for queen d5, and then either Keti, as you suggested, bishop g5, or grab the pawn on d6, or still try to go for these beautiful complications after bishop g7 or rook g7. Who knows? We are going to see.
Yep, and with a new very interesting announcement that Ding Liren, the current world champion, will be playing his very first tournament for a long time at Tatu still. With this happy note, we're taking our next break, and we'll be back and we'll analyze the key points of today's round. coming back at FIDE World Youth Chess Championship 2023. Round 10 is in progress, and we do have all the top boards right now heating up the position, and in the end of today, we might have even more clear picture in some of the categories. Keti and Arturs in the studio. Arturs, what is the game we want to show first to the viewers?
I would like to slightly step back and before we have a look at the girls section, because I looked at the girls under 18 and there's absolute fire on the board. I would like to go there, but there's one game I would like to first step back, have a look at, because there's something amazing possibly happening in the top board of the open section under 18, where Alexei Grebnev is playing against Vopala Pranit. Here, black has played queen d6. You're going to get that screen in a moment. So right now we have Klimkovsky versus his opponent. Yeah, there you go. We are switching now back to the board. And now I have an idea here, Keti, that white might have a very strong combination in this position. Can you figure it out?
Well, during the break, I was thinking about this, and I have not guessed correct moves. I was suggesting a lot of moves like knight h6, queen e3, bishop d4 even. And now, as I had extra time while you were talking, I would suggest one last move.
Do it.
Yeah? Bishop e5?
No. no, bishop e5. So the point is, if you're bishop e5, I'm not sure if that even works, to be honest. Bishop e5, knight e5. Ah, wait. Yeah, and then queen f6. But actually, Keti, can I spoil you?
Yes, please. I'm so curious. What?
How do you like that?
No.
How do you like that? Now, the point is we change the order of the moves. This is how combinations are born. Because obviously queen f6, knight f6, and bishop e5 is winning for white. But if you take with a knight, check this out, bishop e5.
e5. And hold on, Arturs.
Where do you go?
Where do you go? Queen, yeah, let's say queen
here,
there.
Knight f6 check. King h8. I mean, there's got to be at least... Oh, wait, I'm winning the queen. Probably not the best way to retreat with the queen. Let me try to find a less dangerous square, like d8, knight f6, king h8, knight e7. I take on c5. These pawns with the bishop and the rook, they're monstrous.
Oh my gosh, this can be the move of a day. Queen sacrifice.
Right.
Amazing. And Arturs, like very often when you sacrifice the queen, you lead to the winning, like checkmate pattern. But it's extra hard to sacrifice the queen, get a slightly better or big advantage, and to play then. I think it's like you have to give more effort to that lines. But queen f6 is a pretty move.
Is Grebnev gonna find it? I mean, actually, the thing is, doesn't even see this move, because I think it's really down to this. Either you see it, or you don't. Because if you see, then everything is clear, right? And the Grebnev, he usually plays very fast chess. Right now, how many minutes he already has spent here? 16 minutes. I think he does not see it yet. And that's why here, I think that he might be focused on some other ideas. Keti, you mentioned this idea, bishop e5. This is also something you want to calculate, because you hit the queen with a different idea. The point is now, after knight x and e5, you win this knight at f6. But are you getting out?
Well, I suggest this move because I did not see the queen sacrifice. Now I see the queen sacrifice. I like it more.
This is actually also looking pretty good. Also looking very impressive. And maybe Grebnev even sees this and he's trying to choose between these continuations. So you can definitely see his eyes are glued at the king side. He is looking in that direction. We might see his next move very quickly. Maybe let's stay here for like 1 minute, because I have a feeling he
what are our bets? He will find or not find?
I don't know.
I think he will do it.
I don't know. He could as well play bishop e5. I mean, bishop e5 is very tempting, but this is, again, how combinations are created. you change manually the order of the moves. You start with the second move first. That's why you can come up with the idea to play queen takes on f6 and then play bishop e5. And I think as soon as you see this idea, you feel at the intuitive level, I mean, those monstrous pawns, the bishop and the rook should be more than enough to give white very good winning chances.
Oh my gosh, this is the moment of truth. Queen f6 is an amazing move. But here, Alexei, I think he took the most of the time in this tournament. He usually is a very speed chess player. He blitz out all the moves, but now he is paused. He's thinking.
He is indeed thinking. So I would like, of course, to see if he is going to make this decision, if he is, because he seems to be ready, because he's usually in this tournament very fast. There's been very few moments when the tournament leader has spent a longer thought. This is one of those moments. Also, yesterday, when he was playing against Bakoyo, there was this moment when he was not entirely sure how to capitalize his advantage, and he spent some time. Here, this is, again, a longer pause.
Oof. Queen f6. If you see this move, you just need to see. Then it's not difficult to love it. You will love it, this move.
So I can only assume he doesn't see it.
Yeah. Because he would already make it, right?
He would have already made it. I mean, because once again, let's show it on the board. Beautiful move. So bishop takes on e5. What's there to calculate? I mean, obviously a queen move, right?
Queen e7.
Queen e8, I think.
I was thinking about queen e7, but Arturs, after queen e7, you have this extra move d6 somewhere.
Oh, I see. I see your point. But by the way, what is stopping me to execute the same idea? I mean, I go here, here, and still play knight e7. And I'm still taking on c5. Okay, you might get my bishop, which could be more important. Let's say king h7, knight c5, queen c5, queen e5, and okay, maybe the knight is not as strong as the bishop, but still looks very promising. These two pawns are seemingly going nowhere. I can even grab on a6. No risk at all for white. But maybe you're right, and you can see Grandneff is feeling a bit nervous for the first time. For the first time in the tournament, because usually he's shown no sign of nervousness, being very mentally strong. Is he reaching for the move bishop e5? I am not sure what's going to happen. Let's maybe go here for a moment. Full screen. Could be a very important moment. Is he ready? Does he seem to be like a player who is ready to make the move? There could be also some other moves that he's considering, like queen g3, like knight f6. But, I mean, bishop e5, Keti, seems to be a very easy tactic. So, yeah, seems to be very easy. And after, once again, let's just check this. Knight e5, queen f6. What's there to calculate? So he seems to be ready. He's about to make his move. I think I recognize his body language. Maybe takes, king g7, knight g4. Also, this is looking pretty confident. So, yeah, we are gonna see. And he takes, queen takes on f6 is on the board. How do you like that?
Oh, amazing, amazing, Arturs. This can be the move of the day. Move of the day. Queen sacrifice for knight and the rook. Oh, black is also blitzing out the move. They both see this move. Black was also ready for this one. It was just about the execution.
That's right. And now Vopala is in trouble, I think. Maybe indeed he's going to play this queen e7, the best chance, trying to get this bishop out. And maybe Grabnev saw this idea all along, but he was not entirely sure. But I think it was looking very promising. Maybe he had a hard time to choose, actually, going for this position with an extra pawn and either go to sacrifice the queen. He has made up his mind, and now that we know that here things are looking really great for the tournament leader, he might also prematurely become the world champion with this spectacular queen sacrifice. Now we probably can go and see the girl section.
Wow, amazing, amazing, Arturs. He made the move and he left the board right away. He cannot really sit down and calculate more because he spent like 20 minutes for this move.
That's right. So now let's go to the girls section open, girls section under 18, where we have the American Wu Rochelle, who is the tournament leader. She's facing Anna Zhurova. This was actually a couple of moves ago, even more exciting, because here, wait, it is still exciting because now it is Rochelle who has sacrificed her queen to solidify the position. I saw this position before the break. Look at this, Keti. Now, isn't this quite something? Right?
Wait, queen, rook c4 is a queen sacrifice, or
there was actually a queen trap, I think.
Ooh.
Rook c4, and because of the threat of queen h3, White has no choice but to give up the queen.
Oi.
Oi, indeed, because queen h3 is queen h4.
I'm sorry, how the pawn got on g2?
That's a very good question. All right. All right. So we left it about here.
Yes.
About here. Yeah. So there was this h5 idea we discussed. D takes, b4, knight e3, queen d3, g6, rook d1, h4, knight f1, h3. So black over d seems to be better. Knight g3, h takes on g2. So Rochelle has been tricked in the opening, or it was a superb preparation by Zhurova. Now White is trying to limit the damage. Bishop g3, h takes on g3. So there you go. This is how the pawn got there. But actually, Keti, I noticed this idea of, look at this. This entire sequence of bishop c2, rook d2, and queen e6. Actually, black sacrificed the piece.
Yeah, I'm curious why White didn't catch the pawn, like king g2 here.
Maybe because the queen is still trapped somehow. Let's say, where do you go after rook c4?
Queen a7.
Do you want to go there? That's the question.
That's the only square
I get it, but that's a square you don't want to put your queen, right? I mean, I get it. It's a square, but...
My queen is alive, and my king is not checkmated, and bishop is hanging.
By the way, your knight is hanging there.
You're
could be an issue, yeah? Okay, maybe here actually Rochelle had no choice. She decided, okay, I'm giving up the queen, but it's not so bad because black wins the queen, but White gets a rook and the bishop for it. So here Zhurova is looking really good to win this game because once again, dear viewers, reminding you the standings of the open of the girls section under 18. Rochelle is 1 point ahead of Anna Zhurova. And Alkhverdieva is half a point behind. So if Rochelle loses this could change dramatically.
Yeah, we need to check out the second board in here. So if Alkhverdieva is now edge, she might have a good chances to fight for the gold medal.
But does she have an edge? I'm looking at this, and I think what we did not see in the last moves was a pawn sacrifice for black. Maybe it was not out of good life. We left it after the opening, and Keti, you were suggesting the ideas like e3 to rip apart the center. And here after e4, White changed her mind to take on d4. She decided to go for the light square blockade, and this is where Alkhverdieva decided to sacrifice the pawn. I guess.
Oh wow!
This is the idea. Queen f5, queen d2. Right.
Beautiful move.
And what if I play queen e2 now? I think this is the idea.
Let's say queen e2
or d1. Yeah. Well, let's say queen e2.
Yeah.
I want to trade and play e4. I think this is what she wants. This pawn sort of doesn't matter. These pawns, they matter. At least to Alkhverdieva.
Yeah. Yeah, they are very dangerous, actually. You have to move your knight or king away. Let's say if we bring king d1, then bishop h6 is like extra trouble. So let's say king to f1. How dangerous this can be. But it's only one pawn, yeah?
Yeah, it's only one pawn. I think we could just assume it's a compensation, strong pawns, and usually I don't even calculate anything further. I just go here and say, listen, I'm going to figure it out, right? I have a compensation, I have strong center. So very amazing concept by Alekvardieva. And I think she should be also extra motivated to see that Rochelle is in trouble on top board, because there's been this race between her and the American already for several rounds. They've been playing on top boards basically since the very beginning. And in their game, it was Alekvardieva who missed the victory. So ever since, she's been slightly trailing the tournament leader. And right now, this could be the perfect chance for the Azerbaijani player to make a major claim for the gold medals.
Very interesting decision indeed. So what is the final move, Arturs? F5, pawn takes A5, and black is thinking in this position. So we suggest queen to D2.
I think so. Otherwise, why would you play F5? I don't understand. If white is allowed to play something... Oh, wait, maybe she...
D3?
Maybe white actually doesn't trade the queen's Keti. Maybe she plays queen E4. Yeah, you were saying. Sorry, I didn't...
Yeah, how about D3?
D3. Okay, I guess I play knight A3.
And...
now queen D2.
Queen D2. Knight D4 is out there.
Knight E2 is out there. The truth is out there. The truth is definitely out there, but we don't know if Alekvardieva sees it. I don't know.
Well, if you play F5, you have to follow up too.
Yeah, absolutely. But, you know, sometimes you have second thoughts. You make the move, you want to play the move you intended, and then, wait, there's also this move. Oops, yeah, I have to calculate. I can only assume, Keti, maybe she noticed that white has queen E4.
And how about D3 here?
Yeah, makes sense. And now knight E3, and whatever is this cluster?
Queen E2, check, king G1.
Ooh.
And D2, queen E1 ideas.
Ooh. This looks really good. Actually, I wanted even to suggest, Keti, just take the pawn on B2, you know.
Yeah.
Just take it. Just take it, give a check, figure it out, always. I mean, this is what I call, during my calculations, my minimal program, meaning if I see nothing else, then I go here. But Alekvardieva definitely senses this is a big moment. Maybe she
has two
noticed
candidate
something.
moves, very least. She has queen D2, very strong, D3, very strong. This is like very least, but she might also have more moves, I don't know. H5, E4, or whatever.
Right. All right. Let's select another age category.
Let's do this and go forward to check it out. What is happening on the first board under 16?
Chukia Wang is playing Leila Shahradova. So we have two Shahradovs, actually, quite amazing, in girls under 16 and 18 playing on top two boards. We were wondering if they're sisters.
We're still wondering.
We're still wondering. Nothing has changed. If they are,
nothing
fantastic.
Has
Yeah, fantastic to see them playing well. Both players, both young players are from
Uzbek?
Turkmenistan.
Turkmenistan.
Yeah. All right. What do we have here? So Chukiao has been going really strong in the tournament, but is this such a easy position? Visually, it seems that white has everything under control. Beautiful blockade. Now she takes the pawn on d4. Is Shahradov actually capturing it back? Because I'm seeing, Keti, some crazy ideas with c4 related. Ignore the pawn, but of course the big question is probably you want to take it and maybe threaten with knight c5.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that. Yeah, knight c5. Big move.
Wins an exchange. If rook takes?
If rook takes, there's going to be some back rank issues, no? I do see some scary check on c1 and then, okay, let's check it. I guess I take this rook. Oh, maybe there's no background issues.
Knight f takes.
Yeah. Oh, wait, pawn on h2. Oh, look at this.
And if you take with e pawn, e knight. Very interesting. I would say bishop c5 can also just increase the pressure.
This sort of seems similar. I mean, at least the character of the game. It seems very similar to what Chikiao already played against the other leader of the tournament, Alexandra Shvedova. Whichever round it was, round 6, I think it was. And Chikiao played out this quiet opening, and if I remember correctly, it was Shvedova who sacrificed a pawn, and she was going for this activity. And what happened then? It was the Chinese player who defended viciously. And if you go here, it could be, you know, Keti, quite similar character of the position. So white is slightly under the pressure. There's no immediate threats. There's some sort of a compensation. But what we know already from this tournament, that Wang was very successful at least once, tried to capitalize on the pawn. She might do it again. Maybe for Shakradova, this is not such an obvious choice. We'll see. Big decision here, but I think white has to do this because knight c5 is too much for a big threat here.
The pawn is recaptured back, and white has already made a move.
With what we don't see, at least I don't see.
Yeah, something, rook is on d4.
Yeah, rook d4. Okay, my eyesight is not as good as it was before. Yeah, rook d4. Yeah, probably, Keti, you're right. Knight e to d4. And looks like here Shakradova has some compensation, but if there's no immediate tactics, then white is going to manage to improve. Look at the clock, by the way, 6 minutes for black. This is a dangerous situation.
Wow, 6 minutes for 11 moves to be played.
That is not the position she wanted to be in. And the Chinese player already in this tournament has been quite fast with her decisions, just like Grabnev in the open section. I guess very good players are usually very fast. Historically, we know so many players who have been very fast with their decisions. Probably one of the fastest would be Vishy Anand, who always played out his openings and middle game very quickly. He was a brilliant calculator. Also, from the modern times, if one player would pop in my mind, that would be Yanni Pomnishi. Also, not thinking too much.
Grishuk's also.
Grishuk. No, Grishuk actually is the other. I mean,
the other way.
He's the other part who spends a bit too much time in opening.
The opposite of
opposite, and then he starts to play very fast. But yeah, it's amazing how players have different styles of thinking.
Yeah, shall we find what's going on under 14 first board?
No, Shvedova still.
Let's go there too.
Shvedova. I want to see. Maybe there's nothing much. There's something.
Let's go for 14 first, and we can come back.
Okay, all right. You see something exciting, I sense.
I sense it.
You sense it. Let's do this. Which board do you want to check?
First.
First, okay.
Actually, somehow, to me, it seemed that Arturs was struggling for the first time in this tournament, in this very game. How big is her struggle? We will find out, but she just castled. Rook f8 has been played now because it was a pin. And also the pawn structure is not so promising here for black. Knight c4 sort of ideas, knight a4 sort of ideas can be played. This might be a bit dangerous of the favorite of this tournament.
Looks trouble. That's what it is. I don't like it. And the last moves for Shukman was, where was this? Bishop e3. And black ignored, tried the threat, knight a4. I'm not sure how I feel about it. Knight c5, d takes on c5. I guess she was expecting there's going to be counterplay against the pawn on d5. However, bishop a4 was a very precise move, hitting the rook. Maybe this is what Arturs missed from afar. We do not know, because if the rook would go to f8 or e7, white would take on c5 with yet another tempi. And this is the problem. Now she plays knight e7. I think, Keti, this was a miss. So she anticipated this position from afar. She thought she is doing all right. She thought there's a very nice attack on the pawn on d5. However, this one tiny little move, bishop a4, made all the difference.
Yeah, very nice move actually. And now knight e4 has been played. White is threatening moves like knight c5, knight d6, and black has to figure it out how to avoid these two moves happening. And for instance, if you play queen to e7 to stop that happening, you also step on side of d6 move.
That's right. Looks very dangerous for Hamdanova, and I think that Shukman here is on the verge to take over the leader. That's what it feels like. I mean, she has 32 minutes versus Hamdanova's 9. A brilliant position. Black has multiple weaknesses. No easy plan.
A lot of weaknesses. There are some like very tricky ideas. Bishop d7, queen d7, bishop h6. Weakening the Arturs with knight f6 ideas. This position is very rich. And the black has to play bishop to a8 to avoid all the white's threat, giving up the c5 pawn, holding on d5. So if white captures on c5, she's hoping to get something back. But, oh wow, it gives so much to white.
And we could also see the change of the leaders here, because Arturs, after missing the first round, she went on the 8th victory streak. How about that? Now she's the sole leader in a very important matchup versus the highest rated player of the tournament, Anna Shukman. We could again see the major implications on the overall rankings. This is the current situation. Maybe let's check the second board.
Let's do that. So on the second board, we do have Anastasia Kirtadze, who lost her last round, but she still has a very good chances. She's fighting against Kalyan Hamat. What is this position? It seems like white's pieces are well coordinated.
I think white is much better. So for Kirtadze, things don't look really good. I was wondering if there's something like knight e4. Even a simple e5 makes a lot of sense here. Black has the bad bishop. I want to play knight e4. And if in this scenario, by the way, I would be able to play e4 and e5 and put my knight at f6, this is essentially over for black, at least strategically. So it looks really dangerous. But maybe after e5, black is just in time to play bishop b5, eliminate this knight on e2. And that's why...
How we start with knight d4 first? To attacking the bishop, kicking this bishop away, then push. Oh,
yeah, I want to take on e4. Yes, look at this. I want to. I'm not sure if it's good. I mean, leave the bishop on c6 under attack. If you, I'm not sure if you have to. I guess you have to.
No, why have to? Why not? Queen
but let me show the idea.
Yeah, that's true.
Knight c6, rook d2, knight e8, rook d8. Black is fine. Yeah. More than fine, actually.
So for that reason, we should not take on c6. Queen e3, I think, is a fine move.
But now your rook is pinned. Although you're threatening to take on c6 and hit the queen. Yeah, queen e3, by the way, is a brilliant move. What about... I mean, there's still complications. Just a second, Keti. What about knight f5 here? Okay, what is this? Maybe actually black is doing more than fine.
Yeah, knight f5 is the move.
Yeah, it could change something dramatically.
Yeah, very dynamic position indeed. So what we have right now on the board?
No.
No, this... No, not knight d4.
No, I see the white pawn on e4. The Georgian player chose something else. Oh, wait, there's no knight e4. What I'm talking about. There's no knight e4. Okay, this is the position, of course. So I assume that knight e4 is simply a mistake. And white has to choose something else. But knight e4 is very tempting. It's very logical. It's what your intuition says. And then, of course, you switch on your calculation and try to calculate.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, seems like... the game is still on here for both players. Arturs, shall we go back on the first board of open under 16? I just see that we do have some changes there.
Wow. Quite a bit changes. I mean, what happened here? So that's the game of Maciej Pinho versus Jakub Seeman, 2 leaders of the tournament. Actually, Jakub is the sole leader and Maciej is trying to catch him. And we left it here with this d-takes on e5. And remember, Keti, what I said? I don't like this. It somehow felt that opening the center is not a good idea for white. Maciej got different ideas. So he played knight e5, d-takes a4, tried to open up things at the queen side. Black played a6 to ensure the safety of the bishop. Queen e2, bishop c6, a b4. Wow! Okay, look at this. Rook takes on d2. How about that?
Nice, 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 nice. Like Sicilian exchange sacrifice and taking on e4.
I'm not even taking on e4. No. Jakub first included rook d8. Look at this. Queen e2, knight e4. Hits the knight, bishop on g3, the pawn on c3. b5, here the Spaniard became desperate. He already didn't like the position, I guess, going into passive defense. What? Is that correct? Oh, Keti. Look at this.
What?
King b8.
King b8?
Right, that's a move I would not expect. You know, I was wondering if there's some knight g3, there's 8x on b5, there's rook d2. No, I guess the threat is after knight x and g3, there's queen g4.
Oh, wow. King b8?
And he can afford a cold move, king b8.
Brilliant.
The threat on knight g3.
Wow, brilliant one.
That is a very nice move. And this is why white play king h2, rook d2, queen e1, queen c5, hitting every single white piece he has, bishop f7, and now 8x on b5. This is the position on the board, but is this even clear?
Wow, Arturs, if we go back actually after king b8, seems not to be the best move, although I really love this. King b8, we can make it on the board. Here, white's best move is king h2, and white gets the advantage.
Yeah, that's what he did.
This is actually incredible because the bishop on c6 and the knight on e4, they're both hanging. So here, instead of this, black could keep playing. Knight g3 and allow queen g4. But somehow king b8 looks really fancy move to me.
Is this the same story we saw yesterday? Because his countryman Jan Klimkowski was playing against Leonardo Costa, this very interesting endgame where he fell for a fancy move, right? Yeah. I mean, sometimes you see these moves, nice ideas, beautiful ideas, and they sort of confirm that you're right. They confirm that you're right, and sometimes this is also a deadly trap. In case the viewers, you don't know what I'm talking about, you can go and check the game Klimkowski with black yesterday versus Leonardo Costa, this beautiful sequence where he ventured for this rook endgame extra pawn. It appeared to be a draw. Young German showed the precise technique, how to hold it, and apparently he had a more simple way to win the game. And we might be seeing something here. King b8 is a fancy move. You are still artists. You want to play beautiful chess, but maybe here this was not the best move. But I mean, still the position is still very wild.
Still he's pushing.
9 minutes for black. Maciej Pinho has 20 minutes. Super critical moment here.
And yeah, here black just took the pawn on b5 and hoping that white will take it back. Bishop b5 will hit the bishop rook on f1. White has already made his move, and that is a takes b.
8x on b5, yeah.
Oh, if we take with the bishop, then knight queen e4 is hanging actually.
Yeah, so black's response is forced.
Queen takes or what?
Yeah, I think so. Queen takes. We also just saw it, I believe, played by the Polish player. And there's one thing, Keti, I don't like it, but I already didn't like it a long time ago. Nothing has changed, is that Jakub is much lower time, having much lower time here in this situation. He has 9 minutes. The position is very sharp. So for white, for Diego, things are much more simpler, meaning, okay, maybe his position is not really that great, but this extra time in sharp positions, sometimes it feels like an extra pawn. You know, you need this time. And that's why, again, at the competitive chess, properly used time, this is everything very often.
Yeah, that's true. I agree with that. Arturs, shall we check the second board? This has been crazy. Klimkovsky against Suleiman. They have traded everything off the board, so let's keep up with them.
Okay. So what was the decision of Klimkovsky? We left it when the Polish player had the choice. After this brilliant sacrifice, bishop h6, he decided, okay, it's time to take on d5, take on d6, by the way, not bishop g5. So they entered this endgame, rook g8, white is slightly better. Rook c8, rook d7, rook c4, black is leading an active defense. Takes, bishop g5. White is, I guess, better because the rook is on the 7th rank, pretty annoying for black. King g8, rook retreats, king h8.
Oh.
h4.
If we take on f6 and rook g7, then the rook comes on h4. So that's what he's avoiding. He wants to push h5 first, Arturs? Imagine if you have pawn on h5, then rook g7 is a very smart.
Okay, I see.
Yeah.
But he didn't do it, by the way, because after b5, now he played rook f7. And I guess he wanted to get this position. By the way, Ergali Suleiman is down on 4 minutes. This is move 30. Black is in minor time trouble. Not a big deal, maybe. Klimkovsky is having more time, half an hour.
Another rook endgame for him?
Another rook endgame. Yeah, he just can't help it. Every round he has a rook endgame. And yeah, yesterday it was a big miss for him, of course. But we saw actually some misses. Also, Vetokin's game, open section under 14, this brilliant game versus Savinsky. And Savinsky was able to pull off Houdini escape.
Houdini.
Just, yeah, I don't even know how else to call it. Yes, absolutely stunning. Now, Keti, I'm wondering about this position. Maybe Klimkovsky can try to activate the rook g1. I'm wondering if there's an idea like rook d1, rook d7, and maybe think about f6, try to get the pawn on h7. Looks logical, but again, it's just an idea. And you calculate.
Yeah, when there are two rooks on the board, it's always very tricky, Arturs. Always very tricky. So many checkmating ideas. And to activate second rook on 7th rank can be crucial for black.
That's right. Maybe there's something more direct, like pushing those kingside pawns, f6,
g6.
g6. So Klimkovsky is trying to figure it out. Let's select another category, perhaps.
Actually,
No?
something like, Arturs, something like g6, h6, and rook d1, rook d7 ideas, just to threaten back rank checkmate, can work out just like that.
I assume you can't take it, yeah? I don't know. Oh, wait, maybe there's some tricks actually. Look at this. Here, here, and go back.
That's
I don't know what this is. Maybe
that's
it's
very rude.
very, very rude. Okay, and now maybe play something like b4 with the idea to play f6, trade the rooks, play rook f6, and try to win this rook endgame, which maybe is not winning after all. Who knows, yeah? I mean, there's a lot of ideas. Yeah, I like this idea, what you said, this g6. But your idea was what? That black plays h6?
Yeah, with the fact that the king will be stuck on the back rank, and then at the right moment, like let's say rook d1, and black cannot really move this rook away that freely, because after also f4 rook, because after rook d7, rook d8 will be the serious threat.
Oh, there's this threat.
Yeah, but for the moment f5 pawn is hanging, it's not working out.
Yeah, rook f5 would be the
Yeah.
defense to this
Yeah.
threat. Okay, a lot of ideas. Seems to be a simple position. No, nothing but simple here. F6, also another move to consider. Maybe there's ideas like F6, G takes and F6 and Rook H1. How about that? I'll try to win the Rook. And Klimkowski made up his mind.
What is it? What he played?
F6. I think I see F6 on the board.
It's a strong move, actually, F6.
Yeah, I think he wants to play this Rook H1.
If you play G6, Rook H1 wins the pawn on, and there's a checkmate on the back rank in like 3-4 moves.
Okay, what do you do? I mean, Rook G8? I guess
question.
So. Rook G8 and I go Rook H1.
G6. Pawn takes G6, Rook H1 checkmate. It's not working, but it's cute.
Yeah, but G6 is Rook F6.
Yeah, it's not working.
Is it though?
It is.
Yeah, I was wondering, there's some intermezzo moves as Rook H1. This game suddenly becomes tactical.
Rook H1, yeah.
Yeah. I was wondering, now G6 is some threat. Then take on G7, force black to play H6. Could be winning somehow. We might see that on the board. Let's select another category. So here, I think Klimkowski is doing really well.
Maybe open under 18 first board?
Open 18, all right. That was the game where Grebnev was executing this stunning queen sacrifice. Right here, the viewers, if you missed it, this is how chess is played. Queen F6. Just a positional queen sacrifice, why not? Queen E7, by the way, played.
Oh, bishop takes F6.
Bishop takes, okay. Queen B7, bishop A1, enable knight
And
F6.
he just sacrificed queen for 2 pieces and 2 pawns.
All right. Seems to be very nice position. All right. Yeah. Black is threading E6, D7, promote. The king is in the middle of the mating net. And Pranit is down on the last 4 minutes.
Oy, 3 minutes in this position, but he has to make only 3 moves, so that's not so bad as it can get.
Yeah, it's not even clear. Okay, this is what he wants. Put the queen on E6. And try to block those pawns. But yeah, I mean, they leave a very strong impression upon me. I mean, the bishop on A1, the knight on F6, these pawns. Somehow this extra queen doesn't even feel.
Yeah.
So I guess there could be something like E6. Yes, Grebnev fires out the next move.
Is that A6?
I did not
The
see.
pawn is on E5.
Maybe D7, Rook D6. Go for some total domination.
Let's zoom a little bit the board.
And no.
Bishop D4.
Bishop D4. Centralizing the bishop. I'm not sure I like this move. Pranit plays very quickly. Try to apply pressure.
Bishop E3 check.
What's the idea? There's, I guess, some force sequence, yeah? Bishop E check, King G7.
Maybe D7 98 or?
Oh, D7, Bishop G5 98.
Why Bishop G5?
It's already on the board.
2 in the rook.
All right. Wow, what a game. White completely dominates the dark squares.
How about 98, Rook 8, D7 as well?
What?
98,
oh,
Rook
98.
8, D7.
But then you win the...
Exchange.
Let's put it on the board. Okay, Keti wants to be fancy. Check.
D7.
Fork. Take.
No.
What?
No. Now look this. I play, no. I play D8.
D8 what?
Queen.
Okay.
Obviously not. Bishop.
I've seen worse.
Bishop.
I've seen worse.
Rook takes, Queen C7, Bishop F6.
Yeah, but you're missing the rook sacrifice.
Maybe we should start with bishop
Yeah, I
f6
think
at the
so. I
beginning.
think so. I think so. Yeah. So
Here,
here,
bishop
bishop
f6.
f6. You can't take it now because then I'm going to take on e8. And,
Knight.
and then we take on d8, or maybe your queen d8, and now there you go. There's the winning idea. Okay. Wow. Very impressive, by the way. Players have reached move 40, 1 hour for white.
What this rook, bishop d4, bishop e3, bishop g5 is very strong.
Yes.
Maneuvering here. 1 hour here in this position. Wow.
Radnev is unstoppable. All right. What do we else select? So I don't see how anybody.
Maybe
can
check out how Pam is doing.
Ooh,
Pam?
Pam?
Pam.
All right.
Pam.
So, a lot of things have changed. So by the way, we left it when he pushed d5. This moment, right here. A very big moment between two leaders. Both of them have 7.5 points out of 9. Age group under 14. Ermich played e takes, d takes, and c5. Remember, Keti, we looked at this position. We said knight e4, black is fine.
Yeah.
Maybe Ermich doesn't mind. Queen e3, bishop d3, rook d3, bishop b2, king b2. This is the position they got there. It's not even clear who is better. I guess black is, because he has more safe king, and black's pressure on c5 pawn is considerable. Rook d1, queen e7. We saw these maneuvers. White improved his pieces. And knight b6. So Ermich is trying to stay alive. That's what it feels like. Probably he's in trouble. And he is trying to hit the pawn on d5. Now the question is how black continues. Yeah, it's very interesting, right? I mean, this position, Keti. It seems it's material equality. Both opponents have two connected passed pawns, but somehow black is better. I guess it's this king safety, because let's say we remove this position. I mean, let's say we remove queens off the board. Queens are off the board, and a couple of rooks are off the board. Suddenly, white's chances become much better. Why? Because he has outside passed pawns at the queen side. But the queens are on the board. In case, dear viewers, you missed it, what's the situation? In the tournament, open section under 14, like I already said, these two players are leaders. This is the fight for the world championship. By the way, big update. Klimkovsky has apparently finished his game.
These
He has won.
Wow.
He has won his game. We
Let's
did not
check it
expect
out.
this so quickly.
Just rook e7.
Okay, f6 was played, rook g8, rook h1. Following my recommendations. Rook g4, and simply, oh, this is beautiful, Keti. Look at this. f7, queen. And if you go here,
g6.
g6, checkmate threat.
h6, take rook h7.
That's
Wow.
nice. I was thinking f7, rook e8, but this is even nicer.
Oh, this we have on the camera Suleiman.
He's of
tried
course
really
disappointed.
much, yeah.
I feel for him. I
Yeah.
feel for him. It's tough. For one of the players, of course, this is always a big event and a big excitement. For the other player, it's a heartbreak. That's sport right there. And there you see, this is the result. Second board, open under 16 section. Klimkovsky wins, and now maybe since we're looking at open section under 16, let's see how his countryman and tournament leader Jakob Seeman is doing here. He's doing fine, just fine. My proposition, Keti, is we stay until the time scramble.
Good proposition.
Yeah, let's do that, because I wouldn't want to miss it, right? I have a feeling that this is the moment. This is the moment when the players are approaching the time scramble. I'm looking at this game, Maciej Pinho versus Seaman. They have move 25, 7 minutes for black, 9 for white. Not yet time trouble, but the heat is there. Emotions are there.
And 20 centimeters distance is still there.
And the distance is getting shorter and shorter. They're so super concentrated. I love this.
All right, Klimkowski already has 8.5 Arturs. Now after this game, he can be sole leader, he can be joint leader, and he can be again clear second. Seems like he's in the best situation right now.
Right. Okay. What do you do in that situation? Keti, I already know what you're going to say. You don't follow how your closest competitors are doing.
No.
You don't. Yeah. Just close your eyes, go away. Don't look.
Go shopping.
You go shopping anyway.
I did actually that once. I was very stressed. I won like in 1 hour last game and already granted myself shared first place, and the other board was playing. And I was very stressed because, it's always up and down. I went out shopping. I totally forgot where I was actually at the chess tournament. Buying everything I wanted, had really nice time with my friend, came back in the hotel. I had to check the pairings, and that was the only moment, the standings, that I was like, oh, okay, let's check. And someone told me from our federation that this person who was my competitor was extremely happy. And I was like, oh no, why she was so happy? Because you never know. When you win, you finish, but you don't know if you won the medal. And then I remember my feelings when I opened the standings in internet. It was really slow internet. And I could not read. I was like so stressed and nervous. I could not read the letters. And I remember I have very long last name. And I remember the first person had short last name. And
you still have a very long last name.
Like, oh no, I'm not the first. Like, I could not read the letters. Can you imagine how stressful it can be? Geez. And then I saw that the second person, second place had not enough space to put the last name, and I was like,
so sorry.
No.
But you did become a world champion at some point.
Yes, of course.
So
that's okay. Actually, these kind of memories are so important for every chess player because it gives you more boost. You want to fight back, eventually to try. And
all right.
In the end, you will get it. So, or maybe not. Yeah, but we will play a lot of tournaments, right? It was not the first and last tournament, so it's always good to have something that you are always aiming to achieve. And
right. Yeah, I never got it myself, so yeah, I don't know how it feels.
Oh,
yeah.
It's so much stress in the end. You're not even happy.
I can imagine. All right, but let's focus back on the games, and let's see what is happening at the top boards. Maybe shall we select somebody from the girls, because it's been some time when we checked how the top board girls under 18 they're doing. Rochelle Wu sacrificed the queen versus Anna Zhurova. Is there a progress for the FIDE representative?
Oh, this queen?
Sort of.
Queen, if I have two moves with white, I will drop rook e1, rook h1. Oh. It's not even knight g4 is there.
Well, it seems this game still continues. Yeah, so, I mean, obviously black is pushing for the win. There's no question about it. You want to trap the queen on h3?
Why not?
Why not? You know? I don't see how. And your knight, by the way, is under attack. Maybe rook e3 first. By the way, white has ideas like bishop e5, create some pins there. In the future, I think this queen is going to go away to h7, king is going to go to g6. Or maybe king is simply going to go to g6 and this queen is rerouted somewhere. Zhurova has very good chances here. That's what it feels. Move 35, no time scramble yet.
If white's king is a bit safer, white would have really good compensation. But also white's king is quite exposed.
Yeah. Okay, this is the top board. Second board. Oh, wow.
Oi. Oh, they're doing
This
this.
pawn is... Oh,
So
this
what
is...
happened?
I think it's just winning for black. That's it. Alakverdieva is going to win this. I mean, this pawn cannot be stopped. I don't believe this.
King H2.
Yeah, I mean, but there's definitely knight of 3 something. Knight of 3 related.
G3, rook G8, checkmate.
I know you're trying to replicate the famous short maneuver, but it's not here. Yeah, this king is checkmate. I think that's it. It's just a mate.
We do have it on the board, I suppose. Queen f7.
Queen f7.
C1.
Not king h2, yeah. Queen f7.
7, C1. Rook takes, king h2.
It's just mate, I think.
Knight f... Oh, king g3 now is possible.
So takes, here, knight f3, king g3. The only move, by the way, otherwise queen f2 would be mate. And maybe, wait, there could be perpetual. Could be.
Why not d6?
What? You want to be ambitious? Oh, this
I
will be something. Wow.
Why not?
Wow, this will be something. I mean, look at this. Pieces here that black has, but Keti wants to be ambitious. Okay, I'm not sure. Actually, it's quite funny.
Queen e8, rook c8.
I think we're having too much
d7
time.
right away. D7 right away.
We're
D7.
having too much time here.
D7,
Yeah, okay.
D7.
Not like this. Yeah, D7.
Yeah. Let's be serious.
Yeah, this, I don't know, this is never going to happen. And I think that even if Alakverdieva sees something like this, she doesn't want to check this. She already has made a move, apparently, and...
Rook c8 has been played.
No, I think there's more.
No, Arturs, c1 was already played.
Okay.
c1 takes,
Takes
and
here.
now rook c8.
Just rook c8.
Yeah. Extra piece.
Extra piece is an extra piece.
For 3 pawns. 3 pawns, but black has very active pieces and white king is quite weak.
Yeah,
so
and you can't
queen
protect this pawn.
f2, knight f3, checkmate idea.
Yeah, I know it should be winning. Unless somehow white hits the pawn here on e5. Like queen something. Queen g7, e7, I don't know. But now I could play knight f3 at some point. Wait, but then you can take it. Should be a win. So Alakverdieva's chances look really good, but she is slightly low on the clock. 2 minutes and 30 seconds. This is moved. Oh, move 26 actually.
They have to play 14 more moves. Yeah, it looks very safe to me, this position for black.
All right. And
like,
it is...
even after queen g8 or whatever white does here, if black makes sure that the king is safe, then he can also activate the rook.
Look at the concentration level of Alakverdieva. Look at that. I mean, she's so concentrated. All right, let's maybe check also what's happening girls under 16 top board. We have Wang Chikiao from China playing against, we think, the sister of Shakradova, Leila Shakradova. She's also one of the leaders. And Chikiao has, again, managed to capitalize on the extra pawn even more. She has now a second pawn. They have safely reached the next time control. I think that this is a position that Chikiao is going to capitalize to a victory, because, I mean, if white can play king g2, queen d2, there's no danger, literally. Looks good. Let's move on. The second board, the same age category, girls under 16, where Daria Bondar from Ukraine is playing Alexandra Shvedova, FIDE representative, and still very unclear who's even playing here for the win. I guess white. Very level, by the way. I see this knight on f5, but Shvedova could take on f5 at any given moment, but then again, she loses the pawn on a6. I think this is going to be a fireworks game, and maybe if we are going to remember it and there's nothing dramatic happening, we could go back to this game and see in the time scramble how it's going to unfold. Move 34, 6 moves to make.
Yep. And seems like both players have their own ideas and their own weaknesses. F2, C3 is another weakness for white. And you have to watch out to moves like H5 as well here for white. All right. Let's go back maybe on the open under 16 first board. It was very tough position for both of the players. Let's see what we have now. An exchange has been gone.
That's right. How do we... Oh, wait, there's E3 threat. E3, Queen G2 with a mate threat.
Oi.
That is a big one. 7 minutes for Diego Macias Pino and only 1.5 minutes for Jakub 7. He's clearly nervous. I mean, I think he already was pretty nervous after the opening when he had to make this pretty tough decision to castle long. He made some right choices after that. He missed a couple of moves, but the game has been wild ever since.
There's Queen B1 to avoid D3, but you are dropping C3 pawn.
That's right. For white, the Spaniard, the things are a bit simpler because he is having 6 minutes, so a little more time. This is something that obviously usually favors the player who has more time. Goes without saying.
Shall I make some moves on the board? Like,
okay.
Let's say bishop moves away, bishop b6, bishop f7,
E3.
E3.
You can't take it, that's a mate. No, I don't think. You want f3? So dangerous.
It is, and actually there is E3 move, E2 move here.
Yeah, rook h1. No, I don't like this. I never want to go there.
Never, ever, ever.
Ever. So queen b2 was the last move, and the Macias has...
He moved the bishop away, bishop c4, and e3. Here Jakub wants to play e3. He took his hand back.
Maybe queen e2 is the move.
e3, f3. He's stepping e2 actually.
It happened?
Yeah.
E3, f3 happened?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm surprised, to be honest, because I felt that this pawn is so dangerous. You know, Keti, when I was looking at this position, I was wondering if you can play queen e2, offer the trade queens, but then again, I'm not sure what I would do with the pawn on f2. It looks so dangerous. You can't even get closer to the king, quite.
Unbelievable. You can't move your pieces, and black will start to move the king away. So bishop c4, in fact, stopped e2.
Okay, and there's queen e2 maybe after that.
Yeah.
Drop the pawn on c3. I think Simon is pressing, but the clock. The clock situation is what might change everything here. The nerves, of course, play a big role in the critical moments of any tournament. You can see he had a very nervous look on the clock. Maybe we could go zoom in, go full screen, and see these critical moments of the open section under 16 where the tournament sole leader, Jakub 7, is facing one of his closest followers.
That's right, the very decisive position here. Anything can happen. Seconds on the clock, f3 has been played, and Jakub goes queen on a3. Artur, I think queen a3 has been played.
All right.
It's a bit of a mysterious move to me. Queen e3, queen d6 ideas.
So we have, which move again?
Queen a3.
Queen a3. Wow, what's that?
Queen c1. Offer of queen trade.
I slightly don't understand this move. So his idea was to do what? You can see the ground is literally shaking out of excitement here.
Queen c5.
So he wants to reroute the queen.
Queen e5, bishop c5, bishop d6.
Oh, wow. He found a mating net, actually. Look at that. So,
bishop c4 is hanging.
Who's ever shaking the ground? Don't do that. Don't do that, please. Could be also the players.
No.
They're shaking the legs, and they might be moving the camera. No, you don't think?
I think we zoomed too far, too
think
fast,
so?
too close.
No.
It's just shaking. Yannick, are you there?
Stabilize the camera.
Maybe he kicked.
Okay, so Queen C5. What did the Spaniard respond? Bishop E2.
Bishop E2, yeah.
And now Queen E5, Bishop C5 looks like a very nice idea. I love this maneuver. I mean, I have to again point it out right here. This shows some amazing view of the board. I mean, look at this. Queen A3, Queen C5. I guess Queen E5 is about to follow. Queen E5 is on the board.
King H1.
Is he missing Bishop C5, Bishop D6? Or is he not
He's going to play Bishop C5.
That's the move that Maciej Pinho did not want to see. I think he had to play G3 actually. He had to cover those dark squares. How do you deal with this threat now?
G3, H5, H4, H5, H4, Arturs.
Well, I get it, it's bad, but I mean, what do you do now? Bishop D6, major threat.
You have F4 to stop that, but it weakens G2.
Look how nervous he is. You know, I know this too well. I mean, Keti, we have been in all these situations so many times before ourselves. You're sitting there at the board, you're trembling, you feel a lot of adrenaline rush.
And the best feeling is when the clock is stopped and everything just fades away and goes back to normal.
Yeah, it feels like you have run a marathon.
Yeah.
A very, very stressful moment for both players. Maciej does not look very happy.
33 moves to be played, and board 2 has been ended. Also, girls under 16, we can see black won that game. You can check it out later on.
So, girls, which category?
Under 16.
Chikia Wang, yeah, I think it was?
No, second board.
Second board, that would be...
Ayan won, actually.
Ayan won,
she had
the extra piece. Yeah, we saw that. We anticipated that she might be winning. Not a big surprise there. All right.
Bishop C5, Bishop D6, checkmate threat in one move. How white has to avoid that?
Let's maybe go back to this game. I love this game, but let's...
No, we will miss. We will miss. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
It's already
no, I
done.
wanted,
it's
very
past
quickly.
already.
I wanted to have a look.
But can we figure it out what happens after F4, Arturs? Because there is a way to defend it.
I take it.
There's no checkmate now.
Yeah, but now there's the pawn. And the pawn on G2 now is a weak pawn, which opens up this bishop. So that's the problem. I mean, black has two bishops here. You close one bishop, fine, but you open the second bishop.
And there's no any single weakness that white can press on. In black's position. That's the problem here for Diego, that he can't find any weakness in this position.
I see no defense. I think he missed it. The final move, this automatic move he played King H1, he had to try G3. G3, I get it, yes, H5, but
probably Bishop C5 was something missed there.
I think he missed this maneuver, simply missed this maneuver. Yeah, because now you see he's like, okay, wow, there's Bishop
D6. He was
D6.
maybe looking at Bishop A5, Bishop D2 type of moves.
And I think, again, we have to underline this powerful response of the tournament leader, finding this beautiful maneuver, Queen A3, Queen C5, Queen E5. Notice that there are weaknesses, right? Because a couple of moves ago...
Yeah, there's no dark square bishop, and he's just using it. It's fantastic.
Already here, maybe this was a mistake. But yeah, I mean, how can we criticize the players? They're under incredible stress. It's difficult to be objective. White already was worse.
Jakob looking at the screen on the side. 1 minute on the clock, he looks on the screen. Sometimes you just want to get your attention off the board, and I'm sure he's looking at his own board, but with a different perspective.
Yeah, it doesn't hurt to have a different view on your game. Maybe he's just trying to calm down, because essentially you are yourself also. You're coach, you're coaching yourself, you're saying some words that calm down. I've got this under control. Don't rush. Don't blunder into anything stupid, because we have been in these situations when sometimes...
Oh, look at his leg. Look at his leg. Our operator is now getting very close to that.
We found the culprit who was shaking the camera.
We found the guilty person.
Okay.
Yeah, it is actually shaking. Still.
Okay. I'm not sure that's him, but yeah, I mean, you can definitely sense the tension.
Someone, yes.
Right. What do you do if you are Maciej Pinho? Try to find something practical. Forced perpetual check. I mean, you need to get the queen where?
How about
G8? Queen G8? You need a queen on
D1,
G8.
Queen D4. Ah, yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay.
How do you get the queen there? Never.
Queen C5. Let's get closer. Queen C5, Bishop D6, F4, pawn takes F4.
Queen C what? What? Queen C2.
Yeah. There's not much
Queen
square.
C2. And
He's
he plays
going,
it.
actually.
Good call, Keti.
Bishop D6.
Yeah, he's looking for these perpetual check ideas. Could be also some mate ideas if the black king goes on A7.
Queen A2, yeah.
Still not over. Objectively, black should be winning this. Move 34. Big dramatic moment. I don't like that he's thinking for so long. I think Bishop D6 already should have been played. He wants to make sure. Maybe he's thinking about Queen F4.
Bishop D6.
Bishop D6. Maybe Keti who's thinking about Queen F4 first. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, can be.
Queen F4 and then Bishop D6. But then, okay, but I
That
just
gives
decide.
white some time that we're looking for.
F4.
pawn
This
takes
is played very
F4.
quickly. I think Queen G6 will be played very quickly, or Queen G6 makes sense. It
I like
protects the-
Queen A2, Rook A1 idea, to go yourself to checkmate.
Oh, wow. I like that. Could be nothing, of course, with Queen G5 or something. That's why I like Queen G6 a bit more, because I also defend this pawn. But maybe the point is after Queen G6, black can already respond with Queen G5 and trade queens.
Yeah. Bishop F3 has been played, controlling the G2 square.
This is, I think, good news for Jakub, because the position now simplifies a bit. The point is after bishop takes on F3, white has to take with the G pawn, not Rook F3, because the E pawn will be unstoppable. And then the white king is permanently weak. Move 36.
Black has to make the move. It's quite difficult here to make the move. He
Just
has
take
1
it.
minute and 30
I think just take it. Unless he's looking for the kill right here.
for pawn takes.
Some positional moves, I'm not sure. I mean, he already has 2 pawns for the exchange, right? So,
He took it.
yeah,
Maybe
he took
Queen
it.
H5.
Maybe there's no immediate win.
Ah, you said that it's already, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, just make sure you're not blundering perpetuals, you're not blundering something.
Checkmate, yeah.
Just play something like Queen H5, B6, King B7, stuff like this. Okay, maybe I'm not very accurate, but this is a very strong pawn.
Go get some cocktail and stuff like that. Relax.
Okay.
I like very often when you're attacking and you have no time, you have this mindset that you want to checkmate, and you're forgetting you can just relax a little bit in your position and get the time increment, and then to find a way to win.
3
How many
moves.
3 more moves.
3 moves for black, 2 moves for white. White, of course, is just trying to survive. 1 minute for Jakub Seeman. I think he's trying to figure out how not to spoil this position until the next time control. If there's no immediate kill, then... Oh!
E2?
He says there is immediate kill. E2, Rook E1, and what is it, Queen H5? We are going to get our answer very quickly. No, I mean, it makes sense, but the question is, did he calculate it properly? It does make sense.
One.
Queen H5, yeah?
Queen H5.
Queen H5,
Queen E2.
Queen E2,
Queen H3.
Queen H3.
Ah, Bishop C5 with King G1. Now Queen F3.
And he safely makes the second time control. Oh, wait, not yet.
Queen H5.
Queen H2. And you could always
Queen
safely repeat the position a
D5.
couple of times.
Queen D5.
I think he's going to win this.
And F3.
I think Seeman is going to win this.
Wow.
Nice, very nice combination and calculation. Cold-blooded defense.
How about
cold-blooded
King
calculation.
G2?
Where?
King G2 after Queen H5.
probably some queen g5.
Queen g3, yeah. Queen g5, queen g3.
Yeah, queen g5, queen g3, same idea. I don't think it's going to change anything. Let's maybe try to select another board. I think Semon's got this.
We don't want to
Yeah,
see
I
the
don't
fun?
want to miss some other action. No? That looks very good. Shall we select?
You're giving me no choice. I want to stay here, Arturs.
You want to see, yeah? Okay, let's wait a couple of moves. Because this is the moment when usually there's a time scramble in every category. So king g2, the Spaniard says...
I have to guard both pawns.
Have to guard it. So, what happens after queen g5 check? Oh wait, I can also go the other way, right?
Yeah.
What happens now? Bishop c5, king e2. I mean, white has no choice anyway, yeah? Check.
White is escaping checks.
Check.
Queen g5, by the way. Oh, king f2. They are going for this.
Oh, maybe it's actually not so clear. Just a second. We already kind of congratulated, I mean, I did. Kind of congratulated for finding Semon the nice continuation, but maybe actually it's not as nice. And the Spaniard keeps finding these resources.
Yes,
So we also have to, mention that he's doing very good work, leading this difficult defense. And after queen g5, king f2, or not king h1.
And this is move 40. Now black can make a final move and they will reach time control.
And still should be great for black here. Bishop c5 is played. King takes on e2. This dangerous pawn is gone. Wait, but now it somehow feels not so clear because I guess black is going to win this pawn on f3. But and we're seeing a result. Sowinski has finished his game versus Howard Haug. I guess he was winning, so it's a confirmation. Paolo Sowinski is victorious, and in the open category under 14 becomes at the moment the sole favorite. By the way, in the meantime, what is happening in this game between... Oh my goodness, shall we go here? The top board of the open section under 14, Magnus Ermich versus Tron Giepfok Pham. White is just up an exchange. What happened
here? A very
here?
active king.
What happened here? So
both
must be
kings on
touchable.
a3 and h6.
31 seconds for the Vietnamese player. He made the move on 1 second.
Wow.
All right. I mean, materially wise, white is up something. What was the situation? So a couple of moves ago, there was a complete mess on the... Wait, what?
Oh my gosh, 95 was a
So
sacrifice.
white sacrificed the piece in a time scramble, played queen e8, rook d8, decided to change the course of the game. g4, f5, rook d7, queen f4. What is this mess here? h4, f takes, rook f7. Knight f... Oh, he plundered a rook. Did he?
Maybe he sacrificed it, couldn't find anything better.
I don't know.
Let's see next moves because he
Wow,
has to check.
let's continue. Yeah, let's just continue watch this game. But now white is having huge material advantage. There was such a tactical mess.
Black to move.
White already made a move apparently. Could it be c6? I don't see. Yes, c6. g3 is going to be pawn race. No? There was something else?
Queen e7.
Queen e7. The moves are approaching only now, and we can see black just played g3. Somehow I think white should be faster here because g2 is going nowhere and the white pawn is rolling forward. The time control is over here. There was a lot of craziness. We are going to have time to look at this game once again after we come back. Let's select maybe another age category and see if we are missing some time scramble.
No one sees that this rook on c2 is hanging.
Oh.
I'm very sorry for this question.
Oh, there was a mate threat.
Queen e5 or?
No.
Ah, that's why g3 was played.
To make a window for the king. It's not the g-pawn forward, it's the window for the king. Look at that. Let's select another category. We do not want to miss time scramble in any category. Maybe let's quickly jump to the open section under 18. Second time control has been reached.
96 is on the board.
96.
Next move. You cannot stop this. Knight g5 is actually an incredible move.
Yeah, so Grabnev is winning this. Merzin, open section versus Aldi Aransa. They have reached the second time control. Merzin is doing great. Then the games we haven't yet seen. Rochelle Wu versus Anna Zhurova. They have reached the second time control. Zhurova is pressing for the win, I guess. Nothing has changed. Chikia Wang has a winning position versus Leila Shukradova. She is winning. And they have made a second time control. Anna Shukman with black versus, Daria Bondar versus Alexandra Shvedova is still a game, very unclear. They have made a second time control. Anna Shukman versus Afruza Hamdanova. Whoa. Where did the white's advantage go? I guess we missed the time scramble. Another drama in the office. Black is just fine, just like that. And finally, the game of Elnaz Kalahmet versus Anastasia Kartadze. Another exciting game. The players just made the second time control, and this is a moment for everybody to take a breath.
To calm down.
To calm down.
Yeah, oh my gosh, this has been a storm, this round. A lot on the table. They can lose a lot, they can win a lot. And also, all the opponents of these leaders, they are tough. No one goes down easily, right? They are fighting back.
Yeah, it's amazing, right? I mean, for example, I think that, where was this game? Open section under 16, Jakub Seeman had this brilliant position. Then he rushed with e2 apparently, and now it's not so clear. Also, we saw Anna Shukman having a brilliant, dominating position versus Afruza Kamdanova. And in the time scramble, everything changed completely. From other boards, if there were some major changes, I can't even mention immediately. I think those were the biggest changes in how the game was normally progressing. So yeah, time scramble often changes the evaluation of the position. All right, so I think that we could maybe now take a little break, right? Because now that the action has slightly calmed down, the players are getting extra 30 minutes time to go for some refreshments, collect the thoughts, think about what was done, try to calm down. So are we going to do this? So we're going probably for a break.
We need the hard drops, guys, to calm down. This has been really the best day, I think, for us. All the games are sharp, cannot be sharper. You guys don't want to miss the last part of today. We will take a break and come back soon. This is with the World Youth Chess Championship 2023. Round 10 is in progress. We do have some of the games done and many of them in progress. Tomorrow, we're going to have the last round, which will start at 9:30 a.m. in the morning, Central European time, way earlier than usually it starts. So the players now who are fighting for the medals, they need to win today to go in the last round more safely. Arturs, what is the game that we want to focus right now?
Right. Well, Keti, I would like to start with the golf section because there's also quite a bit action happening during the time scramble. We had a hard time to choose which game to follow, so my suggestion is we start with the girls over under 18 section with the top board, Rochelle Wu from the United States facing Anna Jorva, representing FIDE. And not much has changed ever since because Jorva managed to win a queen for 2 pieces, the rook and bishop, already in the first time control. And this is the current position between the 2 leaders. Rochelle is ahead of Anna by a full point. And if Black managed to win this, this means everything is absolutely unclear in this particular age group. By the way, also Alekverdieva, the second board, has won her game this year, the reviewers you saw. And this means that if Rochelle Wu loses this game, then Alekverdieva becomes the leader before the final round. But now the big question is, can White survive this position?
Such a tough question, actually. We have seen her keeping playing for a long time. So it means that her position is not that bad, not that losing, but queen is the strongest piece. And White has only rook and the bishop for the queen. So it's quite difficult to find a way how to proceed with Black as well. That's why they're playing so long. But there are some weaknesses, and Black can try many ways here to press more.
Yeah, I think that normally Black should be winning this. And at the moment, Rochelle's chances look pretty bleak, and you can see also the body language of the American player doesn't spell a lot of optimism. She knows that she's in trouble, maybe already losing. So I guess she's trying to figure out how to build up some proper fortress, because there's no counterattack, despite the fact that the Black king is a bit, naked, so to speak. There's no threats. White can't organize anything. So the only thing she can try to do is hold on, nothing else. Let's maybe check how the girls section under 18 versus Chikiao Wang versus Leila Shokhradova. I think here this game already has finished because Chikiao just played b6, and we are not getting any more moves, and we can safely assume that the Chinese player is easily winning this. And let me just show you one continuation which we did not see. The point is, White did not blunder the piece. After h6, this pawn is unstoppable. So Chikiao Wang wins. We don't have yet official result. I'm pretty sure we are going to get it. Let's move on to the second board. Oh wow, what do we have here? Daria Bondar faces Alexandra Shvedova. Bishop takes on g4. Last move by Black.
Oh, this game has ended in a draw.
So
Open under 16.
Big result. Let's maybe jump to that game, and we're going to come back to this game very shortly. The game versus Maciej Pinho, Jakub Semer has finished in a draw. Big save by the Spaniard, and I think that Jakub must be kicking himself for going for this. Once again, if you go back before the time scramble, this was the critical moment. Very big advantage for Black, and he was choosing what to do.
Yeah, Arturs, another game has been also finished, boys under 14. So we're going to check it out, the result of that too, very soon. This is the final position.
Magnus Armic wins. I think this must be the result. We don't see the kings on the board. Extra rook should be pretty good. to win the game. As we saw quite a bit of disappointment from Farm because he was having the better position. And if you're going to have a little time, I think we have now, by the way, this little time, we could check out what happened here. We left it here. And in the time scramble, we briefly had a look because here, after this queen e5, rook b4, knight b6, we left it here. And this is the moment when the German somehow turned the tables. Queen b7, it felt that black is pushing for the win. Knight takes on d5 was a surprise sacrifice looking at this. Rook d5, queen e8, rook d8. And this was the time scramble. Look at this. I mean, actually here Farm had 9 minutes on the clock. And it was Ermich who was down on seconds. So totally wild position. He played king h6.
But it's so strong attack here to black's king.
Right. f5. Very difficult to understand what I should do here. I mean, we can switch on the engine, of course.
g5, king h5, rook d7, rook h7.
Yeah, but there's a lot of things you have to call. What is this even? g5 here, rook d7, queen f4, rook takes on h7, king g4. What is this?
c6.
Ah, just take the rook.
So, similar happened in the game, right?
Okay. So this was apparently the best continuation for black, and instead, Ermich played rook d7 instead. Queen f4, h4.
Now he has to play h4, yeah.
He missed this idea in time scramble. Rook f7, now he hit the rook. And apparently here, black had to find very accurate defense. By the way, rook c8, look at that. This is a move he missed. Queen e7, try to win a mate. Knight f6.
This was a game?
No, that was he was supposed to play. Rook f6, queen d4. You can't go on a3, that would be a mate.
Beautiful.
With queen b4, and apparently there's perpetual check. So all of this was happening in the time scramble, and the Vietnamese player already here was down on seconds. He panicked, he played knight f6, give up the rook, and starting from this point, it was Ermich who capitalized on his material advantage. That's it.
Yeah, and now white will just stop the g pawn and push the c pawn. It's just winning, so black resigned here. Beautifully played by both players. It was really double-edged, and time decided the fate of this game. They could both change the scenario if they had more time on the clock, but well, that's already in the past. We have few games in progress, Arturs. Can we check? There's 1, 2, 3, a lot of games.
Quite a bit.
5 games.
Quite a bit. Maybe let's go with this game. We jumped from Daria Bondar versus Alexandra Shvedova.
Whoa, what is happening? What is happening here? First of all, let's go back. What bishop g4 is doing there? So here, king f3.
I get it. So it was move 41. And after 5-minute think, Daria played king f3. Actually, I think visually she has a beautiful position, space advantage, nice pressure against the pawn on a6, so she needed some kind of improving move.
But why king f3? Why not, I don't know, any move?
I don't even understand what's the idea. Maybe she was aiming for the queen trade and put the king on e3, but why don't you start with queen e3?
She wanted to move the bishop away, and that's why king came in defense. There's no other explanation for me.
I'm not sure. So we are seeing on the board Shukman versus Kamdanova. This is a different age category. We are looking at the game of Daria Bondar versus Alexandra Shvedova. Anyway, why play king f3? And here, black suddenly uncorked surprise tactic with bishop takes on g4. And apparently white had to go back. It's amazing, right? Look at this. So white blunders a pawn, goes back, and the black retreats. White starts to dominate those light squares, and apparently she's still the better player here.
Wow, the idea is bishop g4.
Yeah. You give up the pawn,
the light square,
and then dominate the light squares. Okay,
Wow.
it's insane.
Nice provocation, King F7, yeah? King F3.
Are you saying it was intentional? I don't think so.
No, she didn't play same. She now captured the bishop, so I don't think it was an
Yeah.
intention.
So queen takes on f2. Now black is, I think, pretty happy with the change of the scenery. Mate threat, unless the king wants to go on f5. I don't believe it. That is not good.
Too much.
This is not where you want to put your queen.
98, 97 checkmate.
How do we...
98, 97.
Yeah, I'm wondering how to show it on the board. Maybe
Rook F.
rook f1, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay,
Wow.
you don't do that. So, okay, I guess some more human move is going to follow. What about 93? And now? F5, e takes on f5 on 98. How about this?
Oh wow, knight f6 is coming in g4. It's a checkmate. Oh no, it's not checkmate.
Somehow the game becomes very wild. Probably white can escape with the king, but this was unnecessary complication by the Ukrainian player. And now after 93, I think this is the position that we have here. Shvedova is thinking, does she has a draw here? I don't think there's any perpetual. I don't see. I mean, I see a couple of checks. I see a couple of checks. But...
yeah, maybe we should keep the queen there. But Arturs, what else to play if not f5 here?
Well, that's quite something. Maybe let's show it again. f5. Take it. And knight. It makes perfect sense, right? I mean, knight is not doing anything there. So, okay, let's try to run away. King h3. I guess you play knight f6. Makes sense.
If I captured the pawn on a6?
You're a very brave person. No?
I just don't see it.
Ah, you want to go for a counterattack?
Yes.
This is asking for something there. Some g4 stuff. Yeah. By the way, rook a7 check is king f6 always. And I assume there's some mate queen h2 rook g8 related.
If not, king f6.
Yeah.
King f6 is a very strong move, yeah.
Oh. Oh. Okay, I mean, this is... I'm not sure.
Crazy.
Totally crazy. But okay, after knight f6, okay, what could be the strongest move? Rook f1?
Yes.
Check. Here. g4. Rook h1. Queen g5. And the game continues. Still very wild.
Yeah. Wow. And Arturs, can we try g4 instead of f5? Is that a possibility there?
Which moment?
Instead of f5? So
Okay.
we give the track. Let's say
here.
No.
Here.
Here, yes, king here, and
g4.
We can attack with the knight and bishop takes.
No, knight, you lose the queen.
Yes, and bishop takes, and to activate the rook.
Some quiet queen move.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm not sure how this game is going to unfold, but you have to give a lot of credit for Shvedova coming up with this resource. Yeah, I mean, bishop g4, queen f2. Maybe this was out of desperation because she was going into passive defense for quite a bit time. And also, she sees what is happening on the top board. I mean, she sees that Chukyao has won her game.
It's actually a very good decision of her to go for it.
Yeah, she has to try, of course, because a draw maybe could mean it's a second place for her, and she wants to fight for the title because the current ranking is that they are leading ahead of everybody else by a full point. And that's why a draw maybe for Shvedova here is equally losing. Okay, maybe not losing because then she might drop out of top 3, but she wants to fight for the championship, of course.
Okay.
Hence the decision. All right, let's select another game. Maybe let's go to the age category girls under 14, and I see quite a bit of changes. How did they get here? That is the game of Anna Shukman versus Afroza Kamdanova. This is the game where Shukman had the dominating position of the opening.
Yeah, she had very nice position. We liked actually her position very much. But seems like time scramble has been crucial in this game. 94 was the last move we checked, and bishop a8. So, white actually took the pawn on c5 and I allowed knight b6 here.
Nice practical resource by the leader of the tournament from Uzbekistan. d6. I'm not sure about that. This bishop is very strong now on a8. Look at this. It's unchallenged. It's a very strong bishop. Of course, the d6 pawn is incredibly powerful. Rook c1. You have to protect the pawn. That's why bishop c1, queen b8. And now the dynamics has changed completely. Black is pretty active with the bishop on e8. Great decision here by the tournament leader. So here Shukman play bishop e3, rook d8, bishop c5, protect the pawn. And now things are absolutely not clear. Look at this, the pawn is actually dropping. Very resourceful play by Afroza. And just like that, she took the pawn. The pawn is gone. And now Shukman tried to change something. I guess also the time scramble was approaching. Rook d1, nervousness, etc. And they just got to a position where black is better because of two bishops.
Looks really good position for black. And we have a few more moves. Perf bishop in the end game is even more powerful.
That's right.
We have a bit different position. H4.
Yeah.
Bishop e5, g5, h4.
So Shukman is trying to stay in the game. I don't think she already is the ambitious player here because, I mean, if Kamdanova wants a draw, she can always play bishop e3. Bishop e3, take on d2. Then take the pawn on b3, white's pushing a5, it's just a draw. Maybe let's put it on the board, for example. Let's say bishop e3, and then let's say white trades it, plays
g3.
g3, take it, and shake hands. I mean, there's not much to do. And Afroza already has it in the pocket. But does she want more? That's the big question. I think she wants more.
Well, she's already in lead, but nothing is guaranteed yet until the end of the tournament for her. So obviously I think she will press a little bit because what are you really risking here, right, if you are black?
Yeah, nothing. Absolutely nothing. I mean, look at this. White is tied down. The knight on d2 is barely holding these pawns. You can't play b4. It drops the pawn on a4. If you play a5, these pawns get blocked. And all of us know that the bishop pair together form a very powerful combination.
Yeah.
Imagine putting bishop somewhere here in c5, d5. How many squares they control together? It's absolutely incredible. I think Shukman here is in danger.
Yes.
And Kamdanova is just cruising.
If she wins, Arturs, she gets 9 points. And in case of draw on the second board, she's already champion. If she wins and the second board is a draw.
That's
so why not to play only 9 rounds in the 11 rounds tournament?
I mean, everybody was playing 11 rounds. She was playing 9 and still became the champion. Wouldn't be it something, yeah? Okay.
What a player! I just love her to have here in this tournament. This is our future star in chess for sure.
That's right. Yeah, a bit unlucky, of course, for Shukman. Right, because I mean, I've been very impressed how she played throughout this entire tournament.
True, yes.
Yeah,
At the beginning, she was very convincing.
Very convincing. Okay. She lost this clutch game. Who did she lose to? I think she lost against Kirtadze, yeah?
Yeah, there was the very unpleasant loss for her against Kirtadze in the 7th round.
I think both of them definitely are going to become great players in women's chess, and you can see that the level of the women's chess is increasing every year, and more and more women are getting the Grandmaster title, 2,500. So the understanding of chess is evolving, and I remember something like, what was it, 20? No, not 20. 15 years ago, 10, 15 years ago, Polgar was often treated like almost like an exception. I mean, 2,700 being in top 10. Then came Hoyefan, almost repeated her result. Okay, she didn't break the 2,700 barrier, but she was pretty close. There's more players already. Some of the best women.
That's actually one of the reasons of that, Arturs, is that nowadays it's quite attractive for many parents to bring the girls in the chess because it is a bright future for the chess players. And we know, for instance, I have a lot of very good friends in Kazakhstan, and they are very famous in their country because of the chess, because chess gave them a lot of possibilities. So those countries where chess is booming right now, it is very prestigious to be a chess player. Also, there are more prizes for women that it was never been before. So it's like, I think girls were and are now in the chess, and they're playing, we are playing actually very good. But then at some point you have to make decision in either to study or to do something else, and you cannot stay here because there's no money. There was the treatment earlier. And now as it gets more and more prestigious and we have more and more sponsors for the women tournaments, we have the talents like this staying in chess.
All right. So, yeah, good times for women chess. Also, I guess
not
Queen's
the
Gambit.
best yet. I think it
Queen's Gambit
still
definitely
needs to
helped.
improve. Not the best one, but it's a huge jump, actually, huge jump.
That's right. All right, let's select another game. And since we are here, girls under 14, let's check how the second board, 2 players with 7 points out of 9, Kaliachmet, Elnas. By the way, from Kazakhstan, you mentioned Kazakhstan players doing well. Here, Anastasia Kirtadze from Georgia is trying to survive. Only 1 knight is left on the board. The question is, can she save this?
4 pawns versus knight in there, somehow all over the board. I think it will be very difficult for black to.
Yeah, looks unlikely. Probably white pushes these pawns, activates the king. Should be a win.
Yeah.
Should be a win for Elnas. And this also means that if Elnas Kaliachmet wins this game, then she has 8 points, and Kamdanova cannot afford to make a draw because then only Kaliachmet is half a point behind, still not clear, so that's why, of course, she's going to try her chances. Nothing is yet clear in this tournament, so it doesn't look like this is going to be a draw, and it feels like the fate of this tournament is not decided in this round just yet.
No, nothing is clear in most of the categories. We might just maybe not even under 18. Yeah, okay, this is also not so clear. Under 18.
Oh, by the way,
Grebnev.
Speaking about under 18, yeah, Grebnev, I think he's officially the world champion. So
No, not yet.
No, I think he is.
He is?
He is already. I mean, come on, you have 9.5 out of 10. How can you not be a champion? Because his closest follower, Aldi Aranza, just lost. That's the result.
Okay, he lost. Okay.
Yeah, I wanted to mention so we can.
So we have already one world champion.
That's right.
Okay.
So his name is Alexei Grebnev.
Under 18, so big congratulations to him. It has been actually a crazy run.
I'm not sure even how to title it properly. Incredible, impressive, fantastic, crazy, superb. What are the compliments there? But I wanted to mention that his countryman Voldar Marzen also won his game. We did not see this game much. Maybe if we could step back a couple of moves. It seems that Marzen was always pressing. The entire game he was pressing. So we left it, oh my goodness, so long ago. So long ago. Yeah, this was this Trompovsky which switched to the exchange Karakan. What was pressing, and under the pressure here Ansat, the Kazakhstani player collapsed, h5, g takes, bishop takes, This was the position. But we're still not super clear. The players were having, whoa, a5. It's a very responsible move. Okay, and Merzin was increasing his pressure, maneuvering quite a bit, maneuvering. And eventually, he got to the pawn on g7, and Ansa tried to organize some counterplay. Desperate counterplay at the queen side. Merzin defended everything. Whoa, rook c4, look at that. Nice. You can't take due to the basic fork, rook g6. This already was a time scramble. Queen d8, queen g5, forcing the queen trade, and the rest, as they say, Merzin mopped up. Simply 2 up pawns and forced the resignation right here.
Okay, well done by Volodar here, and all the games in the open section has been done. We have only few games in the girls section. Let's check it out, what is happening on those boards. Right now we can see girls under 14 on our screen. This is board 2, and also board 1 is still in progress. And Arturs, we have another result.
Yes, big result, because Anna Zhurova has defeated Rochelle Wu. This is official. There was a small trick we did not see. Apparently, Rochelle collapsed under the pressure. The position already was losing. So this was the final position after rook e5. Here, Anna found a beautiful shot. Rook takes on e2. The point is, after king takes on e2, it didn't happen. Knight e4. Black's position is simply too much for white to bear with. There's queen e4 check, queen e5, technical winning position. And by this, Rochelle is
dropping down to second position with 8 points, and Alla Ferdieva is the sole leader before the last round with 8.5 points, following up with Elizaveta Herbenchikova with 7.5 points.
All right, but which now game you wanted to move on? Now that we have these results, you have 3 more games. All games, 1 game under 16, top board, 2 games under 14, both top boards. Maybe let's start with which game? I'm not even sure. Maybe Kirtadze. Kalachmet versus Kirtadze, second board. I think it's a technical win. We can assume White is going to win this, right? So, for example, let's show us a couple of lines. A6, you got to play knight b5. H5, this pawn is rolling forward. H6, king g6, and the white king advances towards this pawn and make sure he doesn't blunder any forks. All right, in the meantime, the other games still continue. Shukman is trying to survive versus Afruza Kamdanova, Alexandra Shvedova. What? Whoa! There was a big miss, actually. Look at this, Keti. 98 was played here by Bondar. 98 was played by Shvedova. 95 was responded by Daria Bondar. Look at this, Keti. Queen g2 check.
Oh.
Knight g3. f5.
Checkmate?
Adios, amigos. That's a huge blunder, right? Right there, right there.
King takes, queen takes g3. Oh, wow.
He takes knight f6 mate. We saw this mate. And king takes in f5. Come on, there's totally a mate here.
Oh, wow. Knight g7 is inevitable checkmate.
Wow, what a moment here. Look at this. I mean, knight f5 was a big blunder. I guess she missed this one check. I mean, it felt as queen g2 had to be guarded, but very heartbreaking moment here for Daria Bondar. This is girls under 16, second board, and this means that Chukiao Wang's leadership is not yet clear. It might be a shared first place with 9 points out of 10. Absolutely stunning. But listen, we have
actually, Arturs.
We have a guest here.
Yeah, this game can be finalized. Now we have a resignation. This game has ended. Wow. What amazing play by Alexandra. She first took bishop g4, risked it, and celebrated the victory, and that is indeed very important victory in the 10th round. And now we do have a guest today in the studio, first guest in fact, and we'll be back in just a few seconds.
Welcome back, dear viewers. We are continuing with action from Montesilvano, Italy, where the World Youth Chess Championship round 10 is approaching its finish line. Here we have a special guest here with us in the studio. That's Leonardo Costa, the young German star from age group under 16. Leonardo, once again, congratulations for your victory over Hagner Bennett. Maybe you could tell a bit about the critical games.
Thank you very much. So let's start right.
I'm going to give you also the mouse, I guess.
So the opening was quite unexpected. I expected the advanced Caro-Kann, but he played the two knights. So this is all theory. Queen e2 is the main line. Bishop c4 as main line as well. And okay, Queen f4 I think is a rare played move in practice. The main line goes Queen e2 and then b5 and so on. But I knew my stuff, so I played b5, bishop e2, bishop d6, d4, castle. Queen h4 here I was out of book. I only knew queen d3 and then I would follow up with knight d4. I know some ideas combined with c5, so black in general in this opening should try to break with c5 here. So I played queen h4 and I played queen c7. I feel this move seems to be logical. I'm attacking the knight. I also considered c5, but it was not clear to me what happens after bishop g5, and I wasn't sure. The point being that after h6 he might take, but I'm really not sure. I think it actually might not work. I just trying to remember some lines. The idea is queen c7, queen f6, And the point being that after queen c6, there comes bishop f3. And if I'm not mistaken, black loses the rook, but that's probably not the end of the story. I mean, but I was just, I feared that his preparation might make the day. So I played queen c7. And yes, he played bishop d3. He blitzed it out, so he knew. Obviously, it took. Okay, it makes sense. Took bishop e3. Yes, and I think here I had the feeling I made a big mistake. I played c5. Firstly, he was thinking himself after this move. And also I had the impression that my queen gets into trouble afterwards. Also my pawns are hanging all the time. But it's very difficult to suggest improvement. Initially I intended queen h5, but I think that's just a blunder. Because of the take, he has some initiative ongoing. Let me think it was bishop e4. Okay, I think bishop e4, and I get some trouble as far as I remember. So bishop b7, then rook d1, long castle probably is better. Yes, and then okay, maybe it's best, but I'm not sure. But otherwise, yes, of course, white has a good compensation in this position. White wants to castle long and play bishop d4 next, or bishop g5. White enjoys generally bishop pair, has a slightly more development. So I played c5. My idea was to firstly threaten c4. Secondly, I want to play bishop b7. I think long castle is good, and it's also very logical, unpinning the bishop on e3, so it can move next. And here I played bishop b7. I think c4 is a terrible blunder because of bishop d4, queen h5. Okay, otherwise bishop f6 comes, and then my mate idea on h7 are coming. Queen h7, queen h5. Sorry, take bishop e4.
Yeah, looks very good.
Yes, and the rook on a8 gonna be lost. So c4 is unfortunately not possible. So I play bishop b7. Okay, I think it's a logical move. But rook e1 was a good move. Aligning my queen. So once the bishop moves, my queen gonna be attacked by the rook. So I think the biggest threat is bishop g5. That would just end the game. So I felt obliged to play queen h5 to offer queen trade. But okay, nonetheless, I anticipated the fact that this endgame is quite unpleasant after take on b5. Firstly, it leaves really dubious in game because he has a bishop pair. Also, this pawn c5 is very weak, and then he will enjoy the pawn majority queen trade, which is far more dangerous because the bishop they're known to be very powerful when supporting such a majority. What I mean is, okay, I took on g2 because, okay, just desperate protecting the pawn with rook c8, because then, okay, he might even play f3 and claim a winning advantage practically. Maybe rook d7 as well. So, okay, it doesn't make some sense. Bishop g2, bishop e2, okay, it's maybe not the only move. I thought he would be just strategically winning. I mean, he can also take on c5, I thought it was great. But I think bishop e2 is a fine move. Actually clever, because the idea is to lure my knight to f6. At first, it might not seem amazing, but my knight is not able to come to a4 in the f4 to the near future. So once he takes on c5, and then sometimes I have knight f4. So I think bishop e2 was an interesting move. Bishop 5, rook fc8. Okay, I considered also bishop rook fe8. The idea is that sometimes I can have ideas like e5, but of course I think I'm just clearly worse out there after f3. And bishop is trapped in. His plans are really easy. He just tries to push this pawn as far as possible. He has a 3-against-1 majority, bishop pair, better coordination. So I think that's a lot. So I played this. Bishop d4, king f8. I wanted to respond to his threat of taking f6, followed by rook g1. So, you know, if I make a serious move, this would just win the game immediately. Firstly, I counted on knight d5 tricks, but they could not convince me. Sorry.
Yeah, I've done this before. You're not the first one. Just a second.
Yes, it's not too easy.
Yeah, it's some button. Just a second. So I'm glad to see I'm not the only one. Okay, just a second, let me find it. Okay, here. Yeah.
Yes.
How did you manage to turn the game around?
Yes. Firstly, I tried to pressurize him a lot. So I tried whenever I have the option of going for concrete skirmish, I do it. Then just to play passively. So, and I think at some moment at the 41 move, he lost completely his concentration.
Which moment was this?
This was when he played bishop c2. So I will just talk about later.
Okay.
So,
all right.
But here he should be winning. I mean, there shouldn't be too much to worry about. So okay, yes, okay. I play king f8 because knight d5 shouldn't work here. For instance, I thought that bishop a6 might be quite annoying. Yeah, my rook needs to move, and then rook c7 is quite poor because of the rook g1, knight f4. He has bishop e5 tactics ideas, so attacking both the knight and the rook. So okay, probably I need to play rook d8, but I couldn't trust that this is anything. So I calculate a little bit deeper, but okay, that's not important for now.
Yeah, maybe let's go to this critical moment. What happened here? So which was this moment?
Yeah, king f8 was fine. Okay, I think f3 seems quite a good move. So I'm just trapping my bishop, so I cannot move it to the b7 back. So knight d5, king b1. Okay, I think it's a good move. He wants to prepare c4. As mentioned, this is his strategic basic idea. I think the best move is rook d2. Actually, quite a nice move. Anticipating knight f4 jump. Also, the bishop might come under pressure, but okay, I think king b1 shouldn't change much of the game. I should be anyway, a lot worse. f6, okay, I tried just to restrict this bishop, which has not too much targeting points. Also, I'm preventing some rook g1. I'm sorry, rook g1 ideas, and yes, I think it's quite a logical move. He played bishop a6. Is I think good move. Attacking my rook. Rook d8 is probably best. Rook c7 makes no sense in view of c4. He plays c4 anyways, and yes. So okay, we need to probably first explain a very important moment. Why not rook e6? I think there's several reasons. The easiest one is knight c7, attacking rook and bishop. And I think White only tries bishop c5, otherwise he will get in a lot of trouble. So I mean, for instance, rook c6, knight a6, rook a6, bishop f3 for it, yes.
And the game is still open, yeah?
Yes, and nothing is decided yet. So, yeah, knight c7, and okay, of course the point is bishop c5. I think a very strong move is king g8, because king f7 just runs into rook e7. And the problem is that after king g6, white will just white will just take, and then play bishop d3 check, which is quite an important intermezzo, which decides the
I
game.
think also rook g1 was good.
Instead of what?
Instead of rook d8?
Rook what?
Okay, it's
rook
fine.
D8.
Yeah, it's fine. But yeah, black is
yes,
in
okay,
trouble. I agree.
I'm sorry, yeah. So, the later the 4 just I think is good move, but okay, I just missed it. The idea was after rook e6. I think I'm not losing out there because I have the nice move king g8. This is what I was relying on. Okay, his rook is hanging, so let's assume he takes. I think it's quite a bad move, but just to highlight the weakness of the bank rank. So I mean, he's just getting lovely.
Let's go to the final position. I mean, what was the critical moment? What happened? Because
yes, so the critical moment. Okay, my rook was attacked. To give a checking f7 seems quite logical. Take. I need to take. Bishop e3 has some. Okay, I dislike this move. I think just bishop e4 would just make the day. Knight e3 attacking. I tried just to pose some problems. The idea is basically that rook d1 is a config is very important. That rook b8 is the move. Okay, I'm still alive. I mean, you cannot play bishop e4 because of rook b2 ideas. Probably knight b2 is better. So okay, that's the reason I played rook e2, which is clever. attacking my bishop, so I have not really time to play rook b8 because of bishop b4. I played bishop f1. Firstly, I entered bishop h3, but then after bishop e4, I'm just losing in the long run. So I mean, I need to play dynamically, otherwise I will just lose the game easily. So I tried bishop f1 accordingly at the tempo. Again, a tempo move, so I'm trying to play dynamically. Bishop b4 is quite a logical move, and knight e5. This is what I calculated so far, and I'm attacking the c4 pawn. He cannot protect it obviously with b3 because I played knight c4 due to the pin. So he played bishop takes a7, trying to attack my rook and taking a pawn. Knight c4, okay, I think it's only move because otherwise just losing rook b4 makes practically no sense. He can even afford to play c5 or something. Knight c4, rook d7 check. Okay, I think somewhere here he did not play the best moves. King e8 is forced. Bishop c6 is I think a good move. Yes, okay, if he takes my rook, I take his rook, and yes, I think. And rook g7, rook b2, and followed by rook h2 is not that clear. So bishop c6, I think rook c8 is the only move to survive. Otherwise, the tempting is rook takes b2 check, but after king c1, my king will get in a lot of trouble. The point being that after king f8, bishop c5, king g8, rook d8 check, king f7, bishop e8 check, I will just...
That's a mate, yeah.
Yes, I will just be... I'm sorry. It's not the mate, because king g8, bishop g6 mate, this is the mate.
Ah, okay.
Okay, it just makes... It's not important, just that...
all right. Let's go to the critical final moment.
Really
right? What exactly happened?
Yeah, I played king f8, just going away from this thing. B4, I think it's a very good move. Knight e5, okay, and here by this point of time, I was sure that I'm lost, so I fought a lot for bishop d3, so that's also the time, so I fought 20 minutes. Because I knew that, okay, it's lost, so I can just make an example. I intended bishop c4 as well. Then even I think bishop d7 should win. I think it's the cleanest because otherwise, if I play rook b8, just bishop e6, and even this position seems to be completely lost. Rook a8, bishop a7, bishop b5, rook b7, and I think the point is that at some moment, okay, I need to move away the bishop. Bishop c6, rook c7 doesn't change anything. He will just slowly push the pawns, like bishop c5, b5, and just completely lost, although there's different color bishop, but it just that his pawns are connected and they're also already past pawns, so I cannot do anything about it. So I was quite, disappointed about my performance till now, but okay, of course, bishop d3 was not intended to trap him. Of course, I did not expect bishop c2 check, bishop c2, but he played. It's a terrible blunder, I mean, he definitely missed.
Oh, I get it. Yeah, bishop c2, knight c6.
Yes, this is terrible for him. He just ends up in a lost rook endgame because of rook b7 seems to protect the pawn on b4, but I will just take it anyway, and then rook c5. And this is completely lost because there are many reasons. One reason is that his pawn firstly is far advanced, so he will take a lot of time. My idea is just to sacrifice the rook for the pawn in the long run and pushing my own. So I would like to push this h pawn and take down this h pawn. So what I did, okay, king f7 I think is okay, maybe rook f5 should be preferred, but okay, I think it doesn't change, rook f5. So if he plays f4, which seems logical, I will just pick up the pawn and just a complete win. After rook b5 I can go for the pawn endgame, and here and then rook b5 I can just
all right, so you won this game?
Yes.
Yeah, can we show the final moves, maybe how they were played out? So
yes, rook h4, desperate try, it just tries to defend h2
show
pawn.
it on the board.
Yes, f5.
You give up the rook?
Yes, I will give up the pawn, but in this case, to connect the pass pawn are usually much stronger than a rook, so I was quite sure that I will win this game by now. f4, rook s3, e4. Yes, and just pushing the pawns. Okay, he resigned because if he queens, I will just take and play e2. Rook a1, f3, and I will just win the game.
Okay, I mean, congratulations. I'm sorry that I'm slightly rushing you because we still have the
no
live coverage.
No worries. So.
That's why I slightly moved it forward. Maybe a couple of words. So how was it to play against your teammate? Do you know each other, I assume? You were part of the delegation?
So we already played once in Italy, so 2 years ago. But I know him very well because we stay in the same hotel. We meet each other quite often. Yes, but okay. But at this point of time, I'm already used to play against friends and so. Like it's not the first time, so it's for me just normal. Of course, not great to get paired against this one because you know, if you win, the guy will feel a little bit disappointed.
So you still have decent run, and I mean, what does it mean, decent run? Good chances to fight for top 3? Yeah?
Yes, but this game, of course, I was
unexpectedly. Yeah?
Yes, I was already just thinking that was it. So I have no chance because I mean, the best I can hope for was a draw. But now, of course, it was luckily a win for me. But of course, yes, if I'm tomorrow use my chance and win, or maybe even draw the games, I can hope for top 3. But this will be a long.
All right. I mean, I wish you best of luck, Leonardo. So thank you for being here with us. That was Leonardo Costa, the young German player, open section under 16, who won his compatriot. We are going to be back in a short moment with Keti Tsatsalashvili, continuing the live broadcast here from the World Youth Chess Championship. Monte Italy. Stay tuned, don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a second.
Yes, thank you.
And we have just witnessed the final moment of the first board under 14, where the leader, Afroza Hamdamova, managed to win the better end game, and she is keeping to be the unstoppable, unbeatable, and she wins yet another game. This is incredible, Artur.
That's right. So right now, the unstoppable Hamdanova stands 9 points out of 10. However, things are not over because also Kaliakmet Elnaz has beaten Anastasia Kirtaze. This means that this tournament is still open. Hamdanova leads the tournament by full point. She still needs at least half a point for tomorrow's game.
Incredible. Arturs, all the top boards have been done and the playing venue is almost empty. We will very soon take a look at the results of today and figure it out what we're gonna have tomorrow. Here we have a beautiful view of Monte Silvano and Arturs. Round 10 was the decisive one for all the top boards in the girls section.
That's right, and look at how well Black was actually playing. Anna Zhurova taking down the current former leader already, Rochelle Wu, and Ayana Alkhverdieva used this opportunity to take over the lead in the girls under 18 by beating Lala Shakhradova in a very exciting game. In the meantime, girls under 16, this tournament is again very unclear because Chikiao Wang beat Leila Shakhradova, so not a good day for Shakhradovas. However, it was quite an upset for Daria Bondar, who got unlucky this time. She had the dominating position against Alexandra Shvedova. She missed unexpected shot, bishop takes on g4, and as they say, mistakes come in pairs. Then she also blundered, unfortunate mate. Big victory for Shvedova, heartbreak for Bondar. Then we just saw the games on the screen, which finished. Anna Shukman was outplayed by Afruza Hamdanova, which is a major miss by Shukman, who had a very nice position after the opening. And then Elnaz Kaliakmet defeated Anastasia Kirtaze in this 4 points versus knight endgame.
That's right. It was the short summary of today's on the top boards in the girls section. Let's go now to the open section and summarize the day. This has been round 10 in the both girls and open section. So under 18, Alexei Grevnev is already the world champion. He won against Vupala. Vupala has suffered several losses at the beginning of the tournament. He made it back, but today there was a really difficult day for him to go against Alexei's queen sacrifice. Then we have on the second board the rating favorite, Voldar Morzin, winning very important game on the second board, and Voldar has very good chances now to fight only for the silver medal. Going to next under 16 board 1 was super crazy. Starting from the very beginning, both players had equal chances to win the game. Then Jakob Schumann, who was the leader of this section until this moment, he gained the advantage. He played amazing moves, but then in the time scramble, he made a very crucial mistake, and Diego Macias-Pino seems to be very good defender player, so he got the draw, which means that Jan Klikowski now joins Jakob Schumann. Friends, side to side in the last round, will fight for the gold and the silver medal. He also played an amazing game against Ergali Suleiman and won his game. Under 14 was also decisive. Magnus Ermisch has played an incredible moves, but Pam on the other side also did his best, but the time was also crucial in this game, and in the end Magnus managed to win. And then we have Pavel Sovinsky winning another game against Howard Haug, and under 14 things are still quite shaky for the last round.
I mean, 2 leaders actually, and I think we can say that pretty much to every age category, except with, I think Grevnev is the only player actually having secured the World Championship title already before the final round. By the way, dear viewers, the final round tomorrow is going to start earlier than usual.
Very early, in fact. At 9:30 will the game start. All the players have to be here, well waken up at the playing venue. It will be so tough for some of them to play in the morning after having routine for 10 days. Guys, you don't want to miss the last round. Come back at this channel tomorrow, very early at 9:30 Central European Time, and we will meet each other again.
That's right. See you tomorrow. Take care. Have a great evening. We are saying
Bye.
goodbye.